Oh my god, it's Sven Streams. Can everybody hear me? We got Rude Dog in the chat. What's up? Mecha Missionary is here. What's up? Mo is here. Wall O Acme. Ken Scarlet Monarch. Oh my god, this music is really something, huh guys? Holy flip. What the frick? Jesus Louises. Oh my god, calm down, dude. It's early for me. It's early morning. Crazy Cat is here. Shout outs to Crazy Cat. Gillian Seed. TK, my guy. Art Frog. Furby Kawaka. Oh, Liz is here. Well, if Liz is here, we can officially get started. Today we are gonna we have a very special episode with SPUMDONOR. I'm gonna give it a little bit for the chat to fill up. Go tell your friends. Hit like. Hit the bell. Hit your wife. You know what I'm saying? No, don't do that last one. But hit the bell, please. Wow.
What a chant. The speed of light. The bass. The drum. Roll the mic. Fast up. Hard up. Bring on that best stuff. Hard up. Louder.
Yeah, guys, this music is called hardcore. It's like Dutch gabber music, I guess. You guys would call it gabber. And this particular music is by Rotterdam Terror Corps. Let's try another one. This is called Big Bad Wolf. 5 more minutes-ish, and then we will be going live with the great SPUMDONOR, and we'll be going over the terrible Ren and Stimpy reboot. Stay tuned, hit like, hit the bell, go tell your friends that we are live, okay? I'm trying to hit the break, but I don't know when it's gonna happen. Oh wait, I think there it is. Here we go. Holy shit! Holy fuck, I apologize to SPUMDONOR for this music. For me, it's early though, it's waking me up. Yes, Winston in chat says, retweet Sven's tweet saying that the show is live, or you're gay. I agree with that. I think everybody should retweet the live tweet. And then, of course, also hit the bell notification. All right, you know what? I'm going to ask SPUMDONOR if he's ready to rock and roll, and we'll just flip on this whole thing and get started. What do you say, Spum? Are you with me?
I am with you, Sven.
What do you think of that music?
It's not really to my taste, but I guess it rocks.
It's some Amsterdam Gabber stuff. Have you ever heard of that? It's like very 90s. I felt it was.
I can hear the 90s-ness, yeah.
Yeah, I felt it would wake me up a little bit because I just woke up. But fuck it, here we go. Real quick, I've had some complaints about my audio mixing. So, guys, in the chat right now, before we start off, do we both sound sort of good? Because Spum is such a great microphone, and my mix was completely off. But if we at least sound similar, yeah, testing.
1, 2, 3. Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, guys, press 1 if this sounds good. Press 2 if this is horrendous. Spum is a little quiet, says Gullible Foil. I'll pump you up a little bit.
I'll get louder when I get excited.
Okay, look, I think this should... Okay, wait, let's see. Is it... No, it's my mix. Let's see. So, okay, so now should do a little testicles, a little
testing, testicles, chesticles, creation of the recently departed Jim Smith.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, exactly. R.I.P. Poor Jim Smith.
Yeah,
he was listed as the background artist. But okay, we're gonna get into all of that. Yeah, is it good now? Now it's good. Everybody's saying fine, good.
Hear us?
That
Are
works for me. Good. We're balanced.
Here?
Are we balanced? Press 1 in the chat if we are balanced. Because I pumped you up a little bit, so that should be good.
I'm feeling pumped. Pumped. Sven has pumped me up.
You both sound like you're talking loudly, but in a different room. Yeah, that's the case. Okay,
well,
so
we are.
We are not in the same room, believe it or not. Yes. Okay, we're gonna just do this thing. Here we go. Let's see how this works. Okay. How does this work again? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Hey everybody, it is SVENSTREAMS. We are live today with a very special episode. I've got with me SPUMDONOR, the great and powerful. How are you doing today, Spum? Spum for
I'm
short.
doing great, Sven. Yes, Spum is fine. It's great to be back.
Awesome. Yeah. I was gonna say, if you guys are unfamiliar with SPUMDONOR's work of the YouTube channel Cartoon Aesthetics, I got it pulled up right in front of me. You could check out our previous episode that we did together, where we talked about I believe you did one of those videos about it. Since then, how Disney stole your childhood, but they deleted my YouTube channel, so it's no longer up.
Oh, is it? Can you see it anywhere? Or the episode we did before?
It will be back up eventually. I was able to back it up with the help of Jesse Pot Awful, who is in the chat today, I believe. Shout outs to Jesse from Pot Awful. You've been on his show as well.
Hey Jesse. Yeah, hey Jesse. How you doing? Well, I can't hear you, but I hope you're doing well, Jesse.
I bet he's fine. So yeah, maybe you should do a quick introduction for those unfamiliar, real quick, maybe. What you're all about?
I don't have one prepared, but I'm doing a YouTube channel that is really just trying to be videos about cartoons, comics, animation that isn't for the usual crowd of knuckle draggers. That makes it sound pretentious, but you know what I mean. Animation YouTube, cartoon reviewers. This is not like a reputable field. This is not usually something that you would want to be caught dead watching, is people reviewing their favorite episodes of My Little Pony or whatever. So I'm trying to raise the tone a bit of the animation.
Yeah, the market seems to be kind of cornered by a lot of My Little Pony, Steven Universe-esque reviewers. You're a little bit more highbrow. I've watched all of your series, and a couple of hours ago, you released a new video, 5 hours long, with the great Eddie Fitzgerald, who was a part of Spumco, obviously, the studio who made Ren Stimpy.
He was really John K's top guy, his number one guy. John K wanted him to be his top guy, and he said and he was his top guy, like from back when they were slumming it at Filmation and Hanna-Barbera, all the way really up until now. I mean, they still know each other. They're still friends. So there was much John K respecting in this interview, but it's 5 hours long. He's retired now, but he had an amazing career. And we talked about a lot of different things, from Ren and Stimpy, obviously, to Tiny Toons, to working with Ralph Bakshi, lots of stuff. It's a great interview. So I hope everyone checks it out.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to be watching this after the stream. I'm stoked about that. I love Eddie, and I watched a little bit of it when I woke up in the middle of the night, and he seems still to be full of energy. So He seems to be full of zest still, this guy.
I know. He mentioned he was 78 years old, and he's still very spry, very sharp. Yeah, and incredibly just nice and cool guy to talk to.
Yeah, so guys, definitely go and subscribe to Cartoon Aesthetics, and also go find SPUMDONOR on Twitter. What we are going to be doing today, which we sort of foreshadowed during our previous episode that we did together, was we're going to be watching or talking about reviewing this horrendous Ren and Stimpy reboot that came out that got shelved, and we need to talk about all these aspects. But I think what we should do first, and this is unbelievable that I even have to do this, but we have a large Zoomer audience as well here at Sven Streams, and I highly doubt that these guys even know what the fuck Ren and Stimpy is, despite it being so hugely influential to anything that I've ever done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I basically, when I watched Ren and Stimpy as a kid, it activated something in my brain which set me off on the course of becoming a cartoonist. You know what I'm saying? I think Ren and Stimpy and John K are responsible for that, basically. But in the same vein, I don't think most people today, most Zoomers, have any clue what the fuck Ren and Stimpy even is. Or what do you think about that?
Well, I guess what Zoomers know is they know that John K was let me see if I'm saying this right, Diddy Blah or something like that. That's what they know about Ren and Stimpy.
Yes.
is that the creator was a Diddy, but
yes.
I mean, what can you say? There's I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but there's basically.
we gotta get
How
super
much
chat.
to
Sorry
make you
about that.
guys watch the Hot Diggity Demon parody Stimps and Q-Cat instead of this reboot?
How much? Well, we might pull that up later. Thank you so much. Hot Diggity Demon did it parody, I think. Yeah, I believe it's where Stimpy's pulling up like a cell phone. Oh, look, I've got an iPhone.
Yeah.
It was just
Yeah,
really good.
actually, that's a good clip to play because it kind of plays into one of the episodes in the reboot.
Yeah. Okay.
Reboot.
So you know what? Let me play first a clip to compare and contrast. I just thought I'd pull up some of the lesser viewed clips. Usually you play like Man's Best Friend or the Sven Hoeg or whatever. I think this clip from Space Madness is really good. It shows a little bit of I think there's like a pig being fucking sacrificed in the streets here outside. Can you guys hear this? I don't know what the fuck's happening, but
Wow, that's life in the Philippines.
well, Indonesia to be technically correct.
Oh, Indonesia, my bad.
Yeah, but here's a clip from the original Ren and Stimpy, which shows these slow burn, these moments of madness and great cartoon acting. And while I play this, I'll try to find the Hot Diggity Demon thing. Pretty good, right? To just kind of like compare and contrast.
If you're not an old man like we are, it's really hard to overemphasize how revolutionary this was at the time, because this was like 1991, I want to say.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
you know, just watch some, you know, can we swear on this for you?
Of course, you can say anything you want.
Just watch some fucking like Scooby-Doo knockoff from the 80s. Just like watch as much of it as you can stand, and it's a completely different universe. So there really, not to put a fine point on it, too fine a point, but there really is pre-Ren and Stimpy and post-Ren and Stimpy in modern animation.
Yes, 100%.
That's how important it was.
Yes, and Ren and Stimpy came out, they brought back creator-driven cartoons made by cartoonists rather than writers, off the heels of 1960s, 70s, and 80s cartoons, which was all writer. Well, I mean, you know more of this than me probably, but yes, this is what resulted in like Scooby-Doo and shit like that.
We had a good conversation about this in our last episode, so when you re-upload that, people should have a listen. But yeah, you know, this has what you're watching now, the clip, like it has real direction, like a film would. Like it feels like somebody's actually in charge. It doesn't just feel like characters are being copy and pasted onto the background and just blathering to each other whatever the script says. Like you feel like you're watching something that has some artistry to it. Yeah.
Well, the reason I want to reestablish some of these terms like writer cartoon versus creator-driven cartoon and stuff like that is because I know it's going to be brought up when we actually review these reboot episodes, because the reboot episodes, they're 100% writer cartoons. I have a little clip of the head of the director of this. Her name is Jen Jaffe, I think. And we're going to start, before we even get into these episodes, we're going to watch that little clip of her, which sets the tone.
Oh, I haven't seen this.
You have not seen that?
I've never heard her speak before, but I can't wait.
But maybe we should just explain real quick the difference between a writer cartoon and a cartoon driven cartoon. A cartoonist driven cartoon.
Okay, well, you were You were kind of alluding to it, but yeah, in a nutshell, when the old cartoons, the old Tom and Jerry's, Tex Avery, Looney Tunes, they were made by cartoonists, but when animation transitioned to TV, slowly, but in about the span of a decade, the industry was taken over by writers. So instead of cartoonists thinking up a story, making some, coming up with some funny drawings that would tell the story and telling it visually and so forth, it switched over to the TV production model of you have a team of writers and they write out the scripts like you would write a film script. And then they would just kind of hand those scripts over to the animators and artists to, they didn't have the animators and artists didn't have creative input, and they weren't even allowed to really draw funny. They were expected to kind of copy the same expressions and poses from episode to episode. And if you watch cartoons from the 70s and 80s, you'll see this.
Yes.
It's just like copy and paste all the way down. So yeah, that's kind of the difference between a writer cartoon
and the reason why that is such a bad idea is because you're basically defying the medium. You know what I'm saying? If, let's say, the task at hand is to write a book, you would hire a novelist. You wouldn't hire a violinist to write your novel, right? Because they're not intimately knowledgeable about the medium. Now, the medium of cartooning, by definition, a cartoonist is intimately knowledgeable of the medium because he makes cartoons. So if you have your medium be driven by a cartoonist, by cartooning, you're going to get a good cartoon. Now, if you're defying the medium by having writers who write sitcoms who have no fucking clue about the medium, about the possibilities and its shortcomings, you're going to have a disaster, basically. That's what happens every time. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and when you start saying stuff like that, you get into these weird arguments with people about how like cartoonists are only good at drawing, so they don't understand what good writing is, and you need a real writer to write the script for a TV episode. And it's like, well, have you ever read a comic book or a comic strip? Like those are cartoonists who most of the time are coming up with their own stories. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but people don't think about it too consistently.
Yeah. Plus, look, if you look at original Ren and Stimpy episodes, so Ren and Stimpy, they're a lot of the times they're spoofing the golden age era cartoons themselves or the tropes in that. People don't even really realize this. So, for instance, this new show, one of the first episodes, they basically take the same plot, kind of, or the same gag, the running gag of a classic Ren and Stimpy episode. I'm talking about the one where they have to go get the pig faces, the pig pies with the baboon in the backyard. You know that one?
Oh, yeah, A Yard Too Far.
That was the
season 3 premiere right after John Kay had been fired, yeah.
Yeah, which is, of course, a spoof on a trope in a cartoon. Like it's probably like from a Yogi Bear cartoon. Everybody's seen a scene in a classic Golden Age cartoon where like they smell the pie and then they start floating midair to follow like the wafts of pie smell. And then they come to the backyard. They want to get to the windowsill to get to the pie. That's the basic plot of the cartoon, but there's a guard dog in the backyard, and then hijinks ensue, and it sets it up for a bunch of cartoon gags. Now, Ren and Stimpy took that same formulaic plot of having to get to the windowsill, but instead of pies, it was sliced off pig faces, okay? Because it's the 90s, and it's way more funny. And then instead of a guard dog in the backyard, it was a rabid baboon, okay? Which is just, it's hilarious. It's fun. So even the scripts involve a knowledge of cartoons. It's it's dripping with cartoon, everything. From the acting. So, and again, the medium of cartoons, if done well, it can have for way more involved, emotionally charged acting. And this is something John Kay was known for because he famously said, never use the same face twice. People have seen the dissertations online about this. Like he famously would like throw out people's layout drawings if they were just copy pasting faces or expressions that they had already done. Because a cartoonist can really get in there and really get like unique, specific expressions drawn. And one of the things that happened in the reboot is, and do I have this up? I can pull some of this stuff up right now. I think we might as well. real quick. So you sent me a bunch of these images wherein you see blatant tracing happening. So look, guys, here you have, you can see this as well, right? So look, here's a drawing from the original show, or yes, and then here, this is a traced, basically rehashed version of that drawing. Same thing here, original, reboot. The original, the reboot. So even that philosophy that John K had. Now, what do you think happened here? Do you think, because evidently you have a bunch of women writing this new show. They have no clue what they're talking about.
Women?
A bunch of women. Yeah, go ahead. I'll pour myself another drink.
Well, the copy pasting that you're seeing, I can't blame that on the women, the almost
writers.
all women writing room per se, but I think what happened, I mean, this is one of those classic cases of like the behind the scenes shit show is way more interesting than the final product.
Yes.
Because
I'll pull up that tweet you did with the guy that reacted to your video. I'll pull that up after this.
Oh, sure. Yeah. The reboot was announced in like 2020, and then it got going, and then it was put on hiatus, and then it got going again. And a big part of like why it was such a troubled production was that, well, first of all, they tried bringing back some of the guys who worked on the original series, or at least, they did try to bring back guys who worked on the original series, but then they didn't want their input. They said that's kind of not what we're going for here, and they tried to bring back this guy named Bob Camp who quit. Basically, almost everybody they tried to bring back from the original show quit because of how they were turning it into a writer cartoon. So what I think happened with these copied drawings is that they didn't have good talent on hand to do the show maybe how it should be. So at some point they just threw up their hands and said, like, just copy the original show because we need to have it look, at least at passing glance, enough like the original series.
Yes. Plus, look, I'm of the opinion that if you have a remake or a reboot or something like that, it requires basically the original creator to be on board, whether it's like in video games or movies or whatever it is, right? Because, for instance, they do like, you might not know about this, but they do like a Demon Slayer remake, and it's a completely different Western team, and all of the little nuances get lost because these people don't know. They are not intimately involved. They are not knowledgeable about what the intent behind everything was of the original. So without the original creator, you basically can't do it. It's Ren and Stimpy in name only. And what's the point at that point? You're basically just going off of brand recognition to sell stuff, right? But then, but in this case, it doesn't make any sense because it is something that I'm wondering about is why wasn't it released? Because if it's just this cynical cash grab, right, where these writers were just going, okay, we are tasked with writing a cartoon. They hate cartoons because they're constantly fighting against the medium. Okay, so whenever they had the original crew people on, they're trying to give their input to make it into a cartoon, to make it into Ren and Stimpy. They don't like that. Right, they want to have full reign, so they're fighting against the medium while they're making this, and then they eventually they fire everybody that used to be involved, the actual cartoonists. So then why not, if it's such a cynical production, why not just release it? Who gives a fuck? Because basically all these episodes are there. So do you know about that? What's your opinion on that?
Well, we should probably explain that the reboot has never been officially released. Yeah, I think because when at first one episode leaked online on like it was December 31st 2024 or 2023, maybe January 1st 2024, year and a half ago, the reaction was so bad, and then like later that same month the rest of the episodes leaked, the full season leaked, and then people were shitting all over that. So maybe they just figured like, well, the reaction to this is so bad, it's just gotta be a tax write-off at this point.
Yeah, maybe. But I just feel like if they're already so cynical about the whole production and the whole thing, like evidently they don't give a fuck about the brand anyways. And it's not like Ren and Stimpy necessarily is such an IP that they would damage its name by releasing shitty products. Well, you know what I'm saying?
There was a lot of hype around this. Like people were excited about the reboot, and then there was some controversy even at the start, because Robin Bird, who was the subject of that BuzzFeed article about John Kay being a groomer, she came out, she started a change.org petition saying, don't let this reboot happen because you're going to be enabling John Kay to groom more young girls somehow.
Yeah. Well, I guess he would get residuals off of this.
Well, actually, that's the thing. I don't even think that would be the case. I think they tried to argue that was the case, but not only did he not have input on it, but I don't think he would have even made money off of it. And sorry, just to be pedantic and correct the record a little bit. The first episode of this reboot leaked on in May of 2024. The whole rest of the episodes leaked in July 2024. Some clips and stuff came out in January.
Okay.
That was the first taste we got of it.
When I was watching this, part of me, I started to imagine, like, what would it be like for John Kay to see this? Because it would be so horrendous to see, like, your creation, your brainchild. He developed this. He made this. This is his. It's literally him. Ren is him, as a part of him. Stimpy, and then to see it be just some incompetent idiots run away with it and just ruin it and just not get it. It must be so absolutely heartbreaking for that guy to just see what they did to this.
Right. Well, he was mad enough when they took the show away from him the first time when he got fired between seasons 2 and 3. But I got to tell you, I got a whole new level of respect for those John Kay-less episodes from the original run. They look a lot better now.
yes, 100%. Yeah. I'm showing some more stuff.
At least they.
Yeah, go ahead.
At least they were still being made by cartoonists,
Yes,
by people who had been part of the show to begin with.
Yeah, could you imagine? We back then were even like, okay, this is not really has the same feel anymore. But then now you have this, and it's just like unimaginably horrendous. Okay, let me pull up.
And just to touch,
go. I'll pull up the.
I was gonna say, you were just saying, like, the show, it really is John Kay, and it's a reflection of John Kay. How do you feel about Ren and Stimpy Adult Party cartoon? Did we talk about this before?
We did, but I can give you my opinion on it. I think, and you see this happen a lot of times. I think John Kay worked best under the restraint of the network. I think, because then he has to fight against censorship, and you get this interesting middle ground, right? So it's famously, there's all these kinds of stories that John Kay tells where he has to fight the censors, he has to fight against the network. And so that's why they have to, and they were trying to see how far they could go. So a lot of these episodes, they're a result of specifically that battle, right? So the rubber nipple salesman episode is because they found out that they could use the word nipple, but only in the context of a rubber nipple. So then they decided we're just going to make a whole episode about that. And then you get this weird absurdism from that, right? Famously, Bruce Timm, that was making the cartoon in a similar era, also in the early 90s with the Batman, the animated series, they talked about how the Joker was not allowed to kill on camera in the cartoon. So they had to find ways around that creatively. And then they came up with this Joker toxin that would just leave people in this catatonic, smiling, giggling, zombie-like state. So basically they're basically dead, but they're just going like, as they're dead, which makes it a lot more creepy than just straight up kill. It makes it almost worse. It's a fate worse than death. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these times, censorship can actually, when you have to work on these margins, interesting stuff can actually happen. Then when they let him off the chain, and basically it was expected of him too by Spike Network, I believe it was, for him to go balls out. Then you get like Ren and Stimpy like butt fucking each other and stuff like that, and they're
that's a good point, and I understand completely. But I guess much like the games episodes of Ren and Stimpy from the original series after John Kay got fired, I have more respect for Adult Party cartoon now because for all its flaws, it does have integrity and it is an expression of something genuine.
And I love the animation in Adult Party cartoon.
And just on an animation level, there's a lot of funny drawings and animation too. Yeah. Yes.
I just felt like in Adult Party cartoon, and I'm not even necessarily saying this is like John Kay's problem, but again, so it doesn't feel like the original series. So that's what was jarring to
No,
me
it
when I
should.
saw.
I wish,
Yeah.
I think we all wish he could have just done the George Liquor show at that point, like he wanted to, instead of
Yes.
having to go back to the well of Ren and Stimpy. But hey, I guess that's the only way
Yeah.
he could get a show on TV again at that point.
Why the fuck can't John? Well, I guess you had the cans without labels debacle, but I was gonna ask, like, how can't this guy get funded to make a fucking cartoon at this point? Like, he's a legend. Let this man make a cartoon.
At this point,
Yeah,
this point, I think there might be some other issues.
Sure,
but-
I know, but isn't that bad? Like, what did he do? He groomed a little child. Like, can you just get a cartoon? Can you just get a cartoon? Can we look past that? Can this man make a cartoon before he croaks, please, with Eddie?
Yeah.
Can you have one more cartoon,
Yeah,
please,
come on.
guys? Come on. Gives a fuck. Okay, let's watch this real quick. Yeah, this it's like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So this is done by Hot Diggity Demon, Max Gilardi.
Hey Ren, look! I found this really cool website. It's called 8chan. There's a guy on here named Q who's teaching me all kinds of stuff.
So, it's finally happened. You've lost your mind. Come on, man. You can't believe everything you read on the Chan boards? Why, those people are just a bunch of racist incels. I knew you were dumb, but I didn't think you were this stupid.
Hey now, does this face look stupid to you? Yes, sir. Good old patriots like us gotta stick together. Where we go one, we go all.
Well, not me. I'm too smart for that paranoid conspiratorial mumbo jumbo.
What? No! Please believe in QAnon, Ren, please!
Get off! All right, you buffoon, fine. I'll give you one chance to prove that Trump is engaged in a secret covert war against the shadowy cabal of deep state adrenochrome harvesting pedophiles.
Joy. I look up the evidence using an app on my iPhone.
Don't just reference modern shit, you idiot. That's not comedy.
Look, Ren, if you look in the background of this photo, there's a fire truck with a Q on it.
Oh, brother, that's nothing.
And this photo has Do It Q at the beginning of the file name. It was uploaded to the official White House Twitter account.
It's a coincidence, you idiot. Those are just a bunch of random letters.
Yeah, but what are the odds of one of them being the letter Q?
What are the odds? Oh, I don't know. 1 in 26?
And look, Q even predicted the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein.
So, you like this Q guy, huh?
Oh yeah, Ren. He's the best.
And you'd do anything he
This
tells
is so
you?
good.
Darn, good patriots always follow their brave leader.
Good.
He puts his own style in it a little bit. You know, it's not like 100%. But he has some really funny drawings.
Bet I don't look so stupid now.
It was me. I was the Q.
Also,
well,
Stimpy's invention reference at the end.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty good. I don't know if they should have gone that route with like official Ren and Stimpy property, but
Well, that was a lot better than what we just watched. Almost 10 episodes of.
look,
but
this was literally 10 times better than any of the episodes that I watched, and I watched like 6 episodes and I couldn't take it. I was like live tweeting or live DMing you as I was guessing jokes well before they happened. I sent you a video of me guessing the Mr. Horse thing.
yeah, you foresaw the Mr. Horse subversion of expectations. With his catchphrase. Yeah.
Yes, modern day millennial subversion, the simplest form of that. Yeah, but okay, let's first go through. We're setting up, and we'll actually try and watch some of this stuff. Now I have to put an overlay over the footage so we don't get any copyright strikes or whatever. Or the channel because they're really like diligent of scraping the internet of these clips, huh? specifically with this reboot. It seems.
Yeah, I guess maybe they're just trying to bury it completely. That's why they're extra diligent about it.
Yeah. So here's a behind the scenes thing that happened. You uploaded a video about this whole thing that's still up. It's still on your channel, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm sort of proud of this. That I'm a small footnote in the saga of this reboot because when that episode leaked in May of 2024, I did a quick reaction video where it was just like me talking. This was the first video I put up on my channel, the first real one. I didn't even have a good mic yet, but I just called it a writer cartoon and I talked about why it sucked and blah, 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 some of the same things we've said already. And then to my surprise, Bill Ray, who was one of the artists on the original series, I guess he said, hey, this guy is right, and he gave more behind the scenes info than had been previously available about how poorly and disrespectfully he and the other original guys were treated by the reboot's staff, and how they were told that they were just a bunch of old white men and their ideas were outdated. And
should I just read the whole thing?
We're not doing it that way anymore.
Should I just read this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and read. So this is Bill Ray, one of the original crew guys, and one of the guys that left this production. So he goes, so almost 2 years ago, they asked me, Bob Camp, and Jim Gomez to come back and work on the reboot of Ren and Stimpy. This gentleman reviewed the first new reboot. That's about you, referring to you. I have not watched and never will, but he was able to guess just from watching the cartoon almost exactly what we went through. Any familiar names in this production stayed on it for the money, as they told us to do. But it's speaking for myself. It would have killed me to just make the thing look good with that writer's writing as the reviewer talks about. But yes, we tried to educate them, and they wouldn't let us in the writer's room. So they're not letting the original crew or the cartoonists into the writer's room. Management made promises for us to write and direct, and they completely reneged on them. They were absolutely sure that we were old white men who had no idea how young and fresh humor had progressed. Oh boy. And they would get really mad when you asked them, what does young and fresh mean? And I know I'll get canceled for saying this, but this was a young, inexperienced woman's writing room. I'm pretty sure that most of their merger credits came from working on this show.
I think he meant meager.
Meager.
I think he meant meager. That's what he meant.
Most of the meager credits came after working on the show because we started it 2 years ago. Who forced us out, and because of our age and gender. This is not a bitter old man's supposition. They said it to our faces in Zoom rooms, and they said it privately to us again and again. I waited 30 years for this to happen and got my heart broken all over again. The Ren and Stimpy curse continues. Paramount would be smart to write this thing off, and I think they might. Okay, so there you have it. What a fucking disaster. What a fucking disaster.
They did, yeah.
So,
So the only things we'd heard about because there was like a 2-year period of silence where you just didn't hear anything about what was happening with this reboot, and people were like, is it still happening? Is it not? The only thing you got was like Bob Camp made some really polite statement on Facebook to the effect of like, yeah, we're having creative differences. I'm not going to be on it anymore.
Yeah. So
but this was a bit more of the truth here.
Yeah, exactly. So you have these guys talking, they're referencing the writer's room, mostly by women. Now, this is Jen Jaffe. She was the director, I believe, because even her logo, her personal logo, appears at the end of this episode, of each episode, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, which is very like epic millennial Adult Swim 2000s style.
Yes, but they were really trying to prop this woman up, right? So in the beginning, you have MTV Network, then the cartoon happens, and then at the end, you have a Jen Jaffe production, basically. Like her name was really, like she's spearheading this. Yeah.
The Jen Jaffe. Wow.
Yes. So here's the Jen Jaffe. This is a 2-minute video where Jen Jaffe explains herself a little bit. So we get to know the person behind this series a little bit. The title of this video is OCD Anxiety Disorders Depression and What I Would Have Told My Younger Self by Jan
That's what I felt
Jaffe.
watching. That's what I felt watching the reboot. This is perfect.
Right? Yes, exactly. Oh my God, look at this.
Hi, my name is Jenny Jaffe, and I'm a TV writer and the founder of Project You Are Okay. I have OCD, panic disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and depression. And this is a video to my younger self.
Her eyes
my
need
younger
to be
self,
moved
it's
closer
me from
together.
the future. I'm still here. I'm filming this on a phone, and the guy from
Hammerhead
The Apprentice
syndrome.
is the president. So,
Oh wait, when did you
this on a
reference something
phone.
about Trump? I'm so look. When was this uploaded? Oh, this is 7 years ago. I'm so glad that we're out of this cancel cycle, this cancel culture cycle. We get to breathe a little bit. I think it's going to come back with a vengeance in a couple of years, but at least we have a little bit of a breather now.
Oh, really?
But remember how strict things were back then with like the LGBTQ and the trannies and all that stuff, and you really couldn't say anything. You would get canceled, right? And there is a vindictive war against like old white men, even like the guys like I work with certain guys in Comicsgate, Ethan Van Sciver, all those classic cartoonists that work for Marvel and DC, all those old guys, they kicked them out of the business for being either conservative or white or old, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I remember. Well, and that was still very much part of the milieu in 2020 when the reboot was announced, and was part of the reason that there was such an immediate backlash to it.
Yeah, the cancel culture has
Not just
only
'cause
been
of John Kay,
receding
but-
since Trump's last election, so it's only been a couple of months. You know what I'm saying? Basically, since we've kind of had like
when Robin. Yeah, basically. When Robin Bird started that change.org petition to cancel the reboot, one of the things she said on social media was like, John Kay aside, we really don't need Ren and Stimpy to come back because that's just like typical white dude humor.
Oh my
And it's
fucking
like, didn't you
God!
used to write fan? Didn't you used to write fan letters? Isn't that the whole reason I got into the business? Was this old white dude humor show?
Yeah, and also white dude humor is funny. This is another thing that I was looking into. I wanted to look into this way more because I was thinking like, what is it that makes women so incapable of humor, right? I was actually looking up like, are there like scientific articles about any of this or research? There is some stuff, of course. You can't really ask ChatGPT about this because it's so politically correct. It won't give you stuff like that. It's like, this is stereotypical thinking. But you could sort of surmise like, there is no, women are real. They're, first of all, they're consensus thinkers. Okay. So women, they think of, they're social creatures. They think from a consensus. Okay. So they don't value truth necessarily. They look around them because they don't have the physical ability to defend themselves, so they benefit from being yes men or yes women, basically. So they look at the group and they go, yeah, I agree. Do we all, what does everybody else believe? Oh, I'll believe that too. So if you're a consensus thinker, that doesn't really make for much originality. Also, not much risk taking, which a good funny joke, there's a lot of risk involved. There's a lot of risky business, a lot of risky baggage there. So I think, I need to make my own dissertation. But I think there's a lot to be said because we all know instinctively there's not really any real funny women, and yeah, they think it's very mean. It's mean spirited and white men, cis white male coded. When you have like actual funny, edgy stuff happening in a cartoon, right? Because another thing that I noticed, by the way, and this also cuts into the defying the medium. In this cartoon, for instance, there's a scene where Stimpy gets sucked into a wood shredder, okay? And he's like screaming, like the typical Ren and Stimpy scream. It's no longer what's the voice actor again? Billy West. It's no longer Billy West doing the insane maniacal screams because he's 99 years old. So they got somebody else now. I could tell the screams is done by the intern. But then, so Stimpy gets sucked into a wood chipper. He's screaming. Then he comes out the other end and he just plops down and he goes, "I'm fine." And I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck? I think Chuck Jones, I believe, one of the Golden Age animators, he laid out the basics of a cartoon gag, which it's the anticipation. It's Wile E. Coyote looking up, seeing the anvil or the big boulder coming down at him, right? Mm-hmm. Then there's the impact, the crash, the thing, the anvil crashing onto his fucking body. And then the most important part, the punchline, is the aftermath, the reaction. It's him being a harmonica going, eh, 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 eh. or they put a stick of dynamite in the cartoon character's mouth. Then you have the impact, the explosion, then the aftermath. Their teeth crumble and fall out. That's the funny part. But of course, that's very mean-spirited, so they choose to leave that stuff out mostly in this reboot.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
it's funny. I mean, I'm actually probably more sensitive than most to what you might call mean-spirited humor, because I remember as a kid, it really bothered me how after John Kay and the Spumco guys got fired off the show, it did become more mean-spirited. Like Ren and Stimpy got abused more often for no reason. But again, this watching the reboot has made me more forgiving of that stuff because. Yeah, it did. The original series did have a very male-coded kind of aggressiveness to its humor.
But don't you think that like a woman would intrinsically almost be have aversion towards slapstick humor? And do you think right now in this current day and age, Daffy Duck getting a shotgun, one of the most classic cartoon gags, Daffy Duck getting a shotgun blast in the fucking face, okay? And then his beak. They would go, oh my God, that's toxic. That's promoting gun culture. It's animal abuse. You know what I'm saying? A woman's mind would not come up with that.
One of the things that animation's transition to TV did was it removed violence in cartoons for a really long time because, women management and women executives they thought that violent cartoons were going to turn kids into little psychopaths.
Yeah.
And, maybe sometimes that's true, but also, so what? Who cares? It's funny, and that's what we want from cartoons. So, when you watch the Ren and Stimpy reboot, you're getting a real... you're getting a women's perspective on Ren and Stimpy, or what they think Ren and Stimpy ought to be, and it's very unrecognizable from the original series.
Yes, and if you're going to be charitable, like there's some good aspects, like there's some good drawing, there's some good background paints, despite it being like digital, right? If we have to say some positive things about this show, there's some of that stuff in there, but that's not that they have nothing to do with that. Like that's like the artists who probably are all Korean men. I bet. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there was some Korean animation that I noticed in the credits, but actually, the animation director on this reboot was Bob Jakes, who was one of the original series animation directors. But he was just you can tell he was just stuck in the position of trying to polish a turd, as they say, and just trying to make it passable.
Yeah.
And but you get this weird you get this weird uncanny feeling as you're watching the show because of that graphic that you showed earlier with all the copied drawings, where you see a drawing that looks decent and you're like, but have I seen that before? Is that just a copied drawing from the original?
This was
sometimes in the back of my mind I'm like, sometimes in the back of my mind watching it I was like, no, that's definitely a copy of an old drawing. So
dude, it's not
really easy to enjoy.
There's so many, like the whole time I'm watching this series, because I've watched Ren and Stimpy a gazillion times. Okay, as a kid, I recorded it on VHS. I've watched it a million times. So when I'm watching this reboot, I'm seeing keyframes and there's like little bursts in my brain. Like, wait, what is that? Wait, that's right. I recognize that. That's constantly. They're constantly reusing layouts from the previous show. We just showcased that. I showed a bunch of the images, but okay, let's watch this. Jen Jaffe, let's finish this, and then I guess we'll showcase some of these episodes, and hopefully not get blocked.
Hi, my name is Jenny Jaffe, and I'm a TV writer and the founder of Project You Are Okay. I have OCD, panic disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and depression, and this is a video to my younger self. Hi, younger self, it's me from the future.
I'm fucked up.
I'm still here. I'm filming this on a phone, and the guy from The Apprentice is the president, so win some, lose some. I am making this video because I wanted to let you know I really need you to stick around to see this, because you're gonna love what happens on the other side.
I get to ruin Ren and Stimpy.
It's not always gonna be easy. You're gonna go through a lot of challenges, but what you're gonna find is that what you're going through now
the perfect
is going to make you
Ren and
stronger
Stimpy
than you ever thought you could be, and you're gonna get to help a lot of people. And you're going to get to live in New York City, and you're going to get to write comedy, and you're going to get to write for Disney, and you're going to get to live in LA.
You get to write other people's characters.
And you're going to make friends. And everything that
Desecrate
you thought
other people's
was
characters.
never going to happen because you were just worried about
living in
whether or
LA
not
is an
you'd
aspiration.
survive is waiting for you. And so much more. And I really just want to tell you that you may think it's BS, but for me, you got to hang in there. And for anyone else out there who's going through what I went through and is wondering if it's worth waking up in their brain every day. You may not believe me, but try and tune into what your older self is telling you. And I think they may be telling you, stick around and see what happens.
Stick around, implying that she was like contemplating suicide because she has it so rough.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, she has it so rough.
You know, John K was fucked up too, but when he put that into the show, it was funny.
Yes, that's actually what I was thinking. Like, okay, if you have all these sickening mental illnesses, right? Why is none of that present in this show? Because every time, like, Ren goes... So what I think has happened is this too, right? So they were just like, this game... Hey, look, by the way, you're going to be doing Ren and Stimpy, the show from the 90s. She's like, what? Ren and Stimpy, cartoon? All right, cool. Okay, what is this all about? And then they just made a checklist, like what needs to be retained from the original to maintain its corporate identity. And they just went, okay, it's gross. It has gross out humor. And then something I told you before in DMs when I was watching this, it's a lot of bug stuff. Okay, so when women see the word gross, what they think about is, ooh, icky, a cockroach, a worm, ooh, a tick, a leech, yucky, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of yucky bugs. That's a good observation. Yeah, in multiple episodes, there's like talking cockroaches and stuff, and that must have been the thought process there. Yeah, and leeches and stuff like that. But they're never shown to actually be grotesque, right? There's this really, it feels really sanitized. And whenever Ren, and then one of the other things is like, oh, there's one character, he's like, he goes crazy sometimes. But here, usually it's like this slow burn. You feel the madness. Like in an original Ren and Stimpy episode, when I was watching that as a kid, you almost feel like you were going crazy while watching this. You know what I'm saying? That's how good the acting and direction was. And it's just like, Ren just goes off immediately. He just goes like, Stimpy, can you go to sleep, please? And then he goes, I'm going. Yes, immediately. It's like, what? This is not how Ren is supposed to be.
Right. Ren having psychotic episodes was one of those things they put on the list of, okay, this is what people remember about the original, so we need to have that too. They're totally phoned. God, I thought they were phoned in on the games episodes of the original series after John K left. These are really phoned in psycho freak out scenes. They don't even register at all.
No. And compare this shit. I think one of the games episodes where Ren goes crazy, where he becomes like the hermit, right?
Hermit Ren. Yeah, that's one of the very best. When we say games episodes, that's the name of the production company that Nickelodeon created to take over Ren and Stimpy after John K got fired on the original series. But yeah, Hermit Ren was one of the best games episodes of the original series. Yeah.
Yes, but if I think about like Ren going a madness episode of Ren in one of the games episodes, that's what I think of, and then imagine comparing that to Ren going crazy in this new reboot. It's just, it doesn't even compare in the slightest.
I'll say something. I'll say something nice. The one attempted Ren freakout scene that could have maybe been decent if they worked on it a little more is the episode where they're stuck in traffic. Extremely writer humor premise, by the way, being stuck in traffic, because that's all they fucking do in LA is get stuck in traffic.
You know what I was thinking? Okay, I'll let you finish first. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, that was the only time where maybe they could have made it work. Is Ren freaks out while stuck in traffic and starts talking about how like we all need to worship traffic and traffic is our god. Like maybe that could have been better if they worked on it a little bit. But that's about the best I can say for that.
Yeah, so I watched the one where they're stuck in traffic, and again, it's so convoluted. Again, it's so women-y. It's so women-y to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just bad.
Is women humor convoluted? Yeah,
it reminds me of an anecdote of Gavin McInnes. I shat on Gavin McInnes on Twitter yesterday. It went viral, but Gavin McGinnis once did an anecdote where he was working on a commercial, okay, for I think for Converse or something, and he came up with a commercial idea where I think like all the toes are sticking out, or it's like fingers. I think it was toes. The toes are sticking out, and the toes are little human puppets. So each individual toe has a face drawn on it, right? And they're like doing things and blah blah. And then a woman, the executive, she's like, okay, what about then like a big person comes in, but it's like a foot? It's like a big foot with a face on it? And then Gavin was like, no. In this universe, it's established that the toes are people. So the toes are the people. So you can't then introduce a foot. Look, so in this surreal, within the confines of this made-up rules of this toe world, it would make zero sense to introduce now a foot person, right? So he gets like super angry trying to explain the logical consistency of this made-up surreal world to this woman. She's like, "What? No, just put the foot in there because this is about footwear." It's like, no, you don't get it. Right. Like they don't get it. Like they just don't understand.
Well, you know yeah. John K. used to talk all the time about like having to justify the cartoon logic of Ren and Stimpy to these executives and women executives about like, yeah, you just have to suspend your disbelief and go with an absurd premise. But you know, as far as like overcomplicating things, I think maybe one of the reasons that women's humor doesn't quite work a lot of the time is that women just like to talk, and there's nothing wrong with that in of itself, but brevity is the soul of wit, as they say, right? Yes. So it's hard for them to be blunt and to the point in a way that kind of like socks you in the gut and makes you laugh without thinking about it because they overthink things.
Yes, and what is a cartoon? It's a visual medium. Men are prone to violence, let's just say, for better or for worse, and that makes for very good slapstick writing. You know? Mm-hmm. Yep. And then, you see this too in like female webcomics or like left-wing webcomics. It's always just these walls of convoluted text. And then ironically, it's always mean-spirited to the fact where it always ends up in them like just killing their opponent. It's never any witticisms, never witty. Okay,
right. Well, hence the,
No, you finish your point, and then we're going to press play on one of these episodes. Now, I have to tell people, though, that I had to put an overlay on there. I researched how to get around to copyright claims, so I have this thing here. So it's not going to be great visuals to watch, I guess, but you'll get the point, I hope. Do you want to just get into this with the first one?
I think we covered the last point. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it was a pretty good lead-in. I think everybody gets it. So should we start with Ren Hatton? You made a bunch of time codes. I kind of just want to get into like the worst of the worst stuff. Yeah, let's just start with Ren Hatton. Yeah. I think. Yeah. So Ren Hatton, this is an allegory for capitalism and like having to pay rent and stuff like that, right? This episode.
Yeah, at John K's, or read your audience, John K's definition of writer speak.
Yes.
Just for context. Yeah. Okay. So on John K's blog, which is johnk.blogspot.com, it's still up. Massive trove of information about cartoons and theory and philosophy. He defined writer speak, which is a term I use all the time in relation to writer cartoons, as he wrote, a lot of characters in modern cartoons are simply mouthpieces for the writers. They speak rather than the character's voice, tell jokes that the writer and his writer friends think are funny, but are totally out of character for the character who is saying them. This is known as writer's speak. And then he uses an example of a Simpsons joke. He says, I bet that asteroid will burn out in the atmosphere and shrink to the size of a chihuahua's head. That's informational. It's a setup for a gag that's supposed to happen. So the audience predicts the gag based on the line of dialogue, and then, as he puts it, they congratulate themselves when they find out they were duped into being right. A gag that cartoonists are not allowed to actually make funny by drawing the payoff funny. Yes. This is a line of dialogue that could be read by any character in the story. To the writer of a line like this, the characters are interchangeable, just an assortment of extra mouths for the writer whose mouth doesn't appear on screen.
Yes, so, you're absolutely right.
Writer speak. This is This is the hallmark of writer cartoons is writer speak, and that's most of the examples of the worst moments on the reboot where I found.
I immediately one of the worst moments that I remember is in the episode that comes after Manhattan Table for Humans. There's a gag that's completely exemplary of this. There's like so you have like they switch skins, and you remember this episode, right? So a man is in a dog skin.
Oh yeah,
and then there's like There's like a little boy in an iron lung that gets introduced, and this whole scene gets introduced and resolved in under 5 seconds. And they go, I can't even say it because it's so cringe. The line is so gay and cringe. They go, oh yeah, Timmy, he will never get out of this iron lung unless there's some kind of a dog-based miracle, they say. A dog-based miracle. Do you catch this line?
Right. They're setting it up so that you know exactly what the joke is going to be.
Yes, exactly. And it's not even funny. Like, what is it? What is even a dog-based miracle? And then the dog comes in, licks the boy. He immediately comes out of the iron tube. There's not even a wake. So it shows they have zero confidence even in that. And then they say, oh, look, it's Dog Jesus. Because every modern-day millennial cartoon needs to have some kind of an atheistic mockery of the Lord Jesus Christ in it, because that's brave. You know what I'm saying? They do that. They mock Christ in this new cartoon, guys.
Now that is anything with Jesus is a millennial humor trademark for sure.
Yes. Okay. So let's watch this this horse shit. But yeah, be on
right.
the
So
lookout for that.
this moment is some with these roaches like we were talking about, fucking bugs all over the show.
Yeah, bugs, because bugs are icky, because that's gross. That's like Ren and Stimpy. But I want to show the intro too a little bit, just to give people a little bit of a vibe. This, by the way, this la 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 la. That what they put in the intro, it really reminds me of like that French cartoon, like Icky and the Cockroaches. Have you seen that stuff?
Oh yeah.
It's it's really French. This intro, like la 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 blah 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 blah, or those that. You had to show it there's aliens, 4 aliens being roommates, that type of stuff.
Oh yeah, Space Goofs.
Yeah, Space Goofs. Is that French? Feels French. Space
it might
Goofs.
have been. Yeah.
Or Canadian or something. Here, Renhan. Now again, I like some of the digital background stuff. I like it. Now you guys won't be able to see this clearly with this stupid screen, but. All right, so we have to fast forward to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah,
what is
5:43, I think it was. Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Liar, huh? My guy'll fix it next week.
So should we set up real quick what happens? So their apartment gets infested with cockroaches, and then Ren decides to charge the cockroaches rent, and it's like a commentary on capitalism.
Yeah, he's a landlord because they're all Bernie Bros in the writer's room.
Yeah, exactly.
So Ren is an evil landlord to these cockroaches. Yeah, funny.
No, it's not. Oh no, it sucks.
But I don't want to take off my panda fur.
But this is like, but to me, this is like, to me, this humor isn't even like that different from a lot of shows that are on the air already. And this is just a style of humor that's very common on TV animation now.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just hearing wordplay for its own sake, but it's not funny.
Oh wait, this one, this gag I sent. This was where I had to pause for the first time, because usually in the original Ren and Stimpy, in animation you have your anticipation frame. So let's say somebody has to jump up in the sky. Okay, they'll duck down, and a lot of times they would add a little sound gag. Whenever Stimpy would jump, he would kneel down to anticipate his jump, and they would put in a little fart. Okay. Just as a little gag. So now what they do here with Stimpy, believe it or not, guys, Stimpy is about to expose his full asshole out of nowhere, and there's going to be like an extended farting scene where you literally see a stream of gas shoot out of his asshole. Or am I wrong? Did I dream that this happened?
No, this is actually like probably the most graphic bodily function joke in the whole show. It's the only thing that maybe could have passed for something on adult party cartoon.
Right? Because usually you'll have like two buttocks that maybe have a fart, but you see his asshole here. Okay, let's just watch this real quick.
Yeah, they go surprisingly explicit in this moment. And obviously the joke is that it goes on, but
yeah, that's the joke.
It's not funny, but that's the joke.
It's not funny. Okay, so this keeps going on. Let's go to the next time code. This episode was really, really bad, especially as a first episode to get you into it. Then maybe Table for Humans, the one maybe we should show a Jesus joke. That's in this, right?
Sure.
Okay, so this is basically... the thing that happens here real quick. So in this episode, so Ren and Stimpy, they want to go eat at a French restaurant, but it is humans only, no pets allowed. So they decide to change skin with a human, right? So it's basically the same episode setup as that episode that we discussed earlier, where Ren and Stimpy have to go into the...
That occurred to me later. Is that like the main visual of this episode is basically stolen just from a gag sequence in A Yard Too Far, where they're dressed up as a mailman, or like in a human suit.
Yes. So here's something that I noticed. That episode is imprinted into my brain because I would pause my VHS tape of Ren and Stimpy as a kid. The moment where Ren rips Stimpy's skin off, and you see Stimpy standing there, and you have visually, you can see his intestines and stuff. It's all cartoony, and his stomach lining and his nose is like throbbing with veins, and you see Stimpy's skull. You know the shot I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
they rip Stimpy's So they rip Stimpy's skin off, and his skin kind of crawls across the yard.
Yeah.
And the way his skin is drawn, I think, they were definitely trying to copy that look for this old sequence in this episode.
Yes. But what I'm saying is what was so interesting for me as a kid was this. So you have a gag where skin gets ripped off. Now, to me, so you have the anticipation, hey, I'm going to rip your skin off, the skin rip, and then the result of that, you see Stimpy standing there without skin, blinking funnily in a skeleton guts form. They don't show it here, so they rip it off and they keep that part off camera. I think there's one very badly painted digital gross out shot of like the man dog or something without skin, but it's not. It's just on screen for 1 second.
It was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad I didn't know what I was looking at, even though I knew what I was supposed to be looking at. I knew I was supposed to be looking at a classic Ren and Stimpy style gross painted close up of a man with skin who was wearing the skin of Ren, or wearing like a dog suit or something. I knew that's what I was supposed to be seeing, but it just didn't register with me like visually. Like it just didn't look good. It looked incoherent.
Yeah, because I feel like they're just too afraid to actually depict these things. They're always shying away. So they do a cartoon gag, but they never show the aftermath or the reaction to the pain or whatever, or the gross out or the horror or whatever, or the madness. They never show that part. That's weird to me, but.
All the gross moments in the show are more suggested than committed to. And by the way, like. Obviously, like, gross painted close-ups was one of those things Ren and Stimpy was famous for, that they must have put on that checklist of things they were going to include for this. But they're so badly done in this reboot compared to the original show that I kept thinking that it looked more like they created a Ren and Stimpy gross-up Snapchat filter and just like put that over basic drawings to try to make it look more painterly.
Yeah, I think that even like a show like Smiling Friends, which I think is really good as a modern day adult cartoon. I don't know what you think of Smiling Friends.
Oh, I like it. Yeah,
right.
They do stuff like that too.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They even do it better than this show. You know what I'm saying? And they also they embrace the medium. They are animators. They know what they're doing. They're intimately involved. They hire other animators. They mix and blend different animation styles and techniques. I like that a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's completely different than Ren and Stimpy, obviously, but I just thought I'd mention those guys real quick. Okay, let's get to that Christian joke, the dog. So Ren is now wearing the man skin, and then the man is wearing a dog skin, and he became a dog. I want to get to that point. You know there's a specific time code for when the dog stuff happens?
Yeah, it was 1622.
Oh, by the way, look. So this is supposed to be Ren without his skin, right? Because the guy is wearing Ren's skin. Now look what's... Skinless Ren just looks like himself, but slightly redder.
There it is.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, here's the dog.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like he's
A cute little guy. You're coming home with me. You're going to make a special little boy.
Let's watch this gag. I want to watch this full gag because it's so bad.
They're wise to us, man.
Right.
Hey, pal.
More we can do.
Yo! 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 Whoa!
Yeah, are you laughing? Is everybody laughing yet? Yeah.
Guys! Okay, so I think that was a pretty good illustration. Isn't this absolutely horrible? Well, that's horrible. What? People are going like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, let's call him Dog Jesus. And by the way, another thing you need to know, every human character in this is a BIPOC. That's something that I noticed. I noticed it immediately, but it was like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to complain about this yet until it becomes egregious. And then I watched 3 or 4 episodes, and it's literally like 99% of the human characters, even in like the log. It's log. They make the children like brown and black.
Well, they updated for the times because even in the fake commercials that they do, everybody's a person of color now in every commercial.
Yeah,
so it's just like real life now.
Yeah, that's true. Unless they would do a burglar alarm commercial, the burglar would probably be white, I think. but except for that, yeah, they're pretty reality accurate. Okay, so what would be another good episode to watch? Oh yeah. Maybe we should watch the entirety of Clear Toilet. I want to punch something if I just this idea is so stupid, dude. Fuck me. Okay, guys. So everybody's familiar with Log and the fake commercials. They thought they would try their hands at their very own. They thought they could do better than Spumco. So they came out with a little commercial spoof of their own with a spoof product. And it's called this is so womany. They thought this was funny, dude.
It's womany because it's about bathroom stuff, but not in a funny way.
Absolutely, the least funny bathroom stuff imaginable. Like they're like, what about this? What if it's like, okay, get this. It's a clear toilet that's see-through. Oh my god, Karen, you're positively mad. Let's just do it. Let's just put it in there. Clear toilet. People are gonna laugh. Like what? None of this is funny. Okay, look. Real quick, where does this fucking shit start? Because now it's part of this ensemble. You have a couple of episodes, and then you have Clear Toilet. Now imagine this is just uploaded as its own, not even under Ren and Stimpy brand, which allows you to sort of like decouple it and look at it at its own merit, right? Imagine if somebody put all this effort into this joke, into Clear Toilet. You wouldn't even bat. You would just go, okay, what is this? Okay, whatever, click, pass. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing. Like, it's just a waste of budget on this mediocre idea.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I'm kind of glad I finally did watch this reboot is because it made me understand the original series better. And one of the things I understand better now is why they did those commercial parodies in the original series. They did them because the original show kind of takes place in a version of our reality, which has one foot in the 1950s, where it's kind of a retro, not a retro future, but a retro present. And that wasn't just done for its own sake. It was done because that was the kind of guy John Kay was. Like, he was a very old-fashioned guy who was into 50s pop culture. So those commercial parodies like Log with the jingles and stuff, and the more flat UPA style art in the commercials. Yeah, that was all of a piece of the original of what the show was about. It wasn't just fake commercials because fake commercials will be funny, but I don't think they thought about that at all. This was just another checklist thing of like the original had fake commercials. We got to do fake commercials.
Yes, and I believe too, conceptually, John Kay was trying to recreate like the classic Saturday morning cartoon that he grew up with, probably in like the 50s or 60s or whatever, right? And I think they even tried to get like real toy commercials, and they weren't allowed. So then they were like, well, I want to maintain this feel, so we're just gonna come up with like weird fake products. And then there's probably some commentary in there too. I don't know, but it's just, it came from somewhere. It had a conceptual idea. It was embracing the medium and everything around it. You know, I'm thinking of Twin Peaks, which did similar things. It was providing commentary on the television watching experience itself while making a TV show, you know what I'm saying? And John Kay was doing the same thing. It was a cartoon about cartoons, basically. Everything they did was about cartoons. The plots were about cartoons. The cartoon was about cartoons. The drawings were about cartoons. It was solving a problem in cartooning. Yeah. It's the most cartoony cartoon there is. You know?
Yeah, it was a cartoon about cartoons to some degree, but not in an annoying, self-aware way.
No.
It's just
no. It's not like that. It's not like how if you would tell somebody, oh, we got to make a cartoon about cartoons, it would be the most preachy, gay-ass, self-referential nonsense. Now I'm saying like the way artists used to be when people understood the medium is the message, as just
sure,
you know what I'm saying? Like when real artists were in charge.
Twin Peaks is a good example because on some level it's kind of a little bit of a joke on soap operas, but it's also a real soap opera. Like you can take it at face value as a soap opera too.
Yes, so they're embracing it. They're not like defying it. They're not like they're struggling to be. They don't hate the source material. Like John Kay clearly loved that era. He loves cartoons. You know, so he's referencing the things he loves, and he's goofing on some of the aspects. You know what I'm saying? He has reverence is what shines through, not hatred. You know what I'm saying? I think.
Yeah,
I guess that's
or even just ambivalence, because the feeling that I get from the humor on the Ren and Stimpy reboot is the same feeling I get from the humor on a lot of so-called adult cartoons on Adult Swim or Comedy Central or wherever, where it's like, you know. What's the point of view here? It's not really. It doesn't seem to care about anything. It doesn't seem to have strong opinions about anything. Its whole aim just appears to be mildly amusing and distracting for 22 minutes.
Yes,
like there's nothing going on under the surface.
There's no vision. No point of view. You know what I'm saying? It's just bland, and I think
very shallow humor, very superficial.
And it sort of makes me think. I sent you that video about Jonathan Pajot, and because I'm starting to think that is there more cynical stuff going on, because a lot of these things are happening. Jonathan Pajot made a video about symbolism and propaganda, and he talks specifically, and he does a lot of. You can look this up. Maybe we'll watch it later on in the stream after the interview or after this review. Maybe we'll watch that video. And he talks about how. New media. This is a video from 6 years ago, and he shows a bunch of movies like Wonder Woman, the Mad Max movie, and he shows specific themes about like the male patriarchal figure that these IPs are based on. They're getting toppled in the movie in subtle symbolic ways as a propaganda method to prop up the female or the brown or whatever, okay? This is what's happening. I didn't make this up. It's actually happening. And you see this with a lot of IPs also in gaming. They'll hook you in with like the first or the original. And then when you come back for the remake or the reboot or season 2 or 3, they'll bash the main cis heterosexual white male's skull in and replace him with a lesbian. You know what I'm saying? Or they'll just, all these reboots, and you see it with Marvel Comics, okay? Superman is now a gay, queer, BIPOC. The Hulk is Chinese. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a subversive method. He is. The Hulk is Chinese.
I kind of want to see Chinese Hulk, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. A Hulk. That's his name.
Yeah.
With an R.
I'm harking out.
The Hark. But yeah, so But see, I'm wondering if there's an aspect of that where they're just I guess it's like a byproduct of the culture. So you have like this new corporate culture where everything's being run by women anyway. So you give them these IPs, and just by you don't even have to tell them subvert this. I'm not saying there's like a guy that's literally telling them, "Hey, subvert this," but just by virtue of the Hollywood production culture nowadays, you're just automatically gonna get stuff like this, because Ren and Stimpy are not supposed to be like mouthpieces for feminism or whatever. And I don't even know if that's in here necessarily, but by proxy, there's gonna be hints of that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like we were saying, the masculine humor of the original has been totally neutered out. But maybe this can be a segue. There, if we're still watching clips, there was one in the episode called "Bad Stimpy," where I swear to God, like every cartoon does this now. They have an episode where they meet a figure who is supposed to be like a toxically masculine figurehead, and then that figure is revealed to not be trustworthy or to be scheming, and then that has to be kind of renounced. Bad Stimpy, about 8 minutes, 10 seconds in, the yak, they totally just recycled the character design of the yaks from the original show.
Oh, there he is.
This guy, yeah.
You explain what's happening, the context of this scene.
Well,
just press play on
the episode starts. I mean, it's not like this complicated plot. I think people can probably get the gist of what's happening here.
Okay, so but you're saying they're introducing a cis white toxic guy here.
Yeah, this is a cis white yak who is toxically masculine. Yeah.
Okay, let's see this. Oh, that was it.
Writer humor there. Vroom goes the bike.
We do all the tough stuff
cool.
here. Oh, hey, Max. That's tough, Max.
Oh. Yeah, didn't they do something like this in SpongeBob, where SpongeBob had he had to enter like the tough guy saloon or something like that?
I mean, I don't think it was, I don't think it was bitter or resentful when SpongeBob did it, but I just think there's a lot of kids' cartoons. Somebody showed me a clip once from Gravity Falls where this happens, where the main characters meet somebody who is like macho, and then they're just made out to be a buffoon, but which doesn't sound that bad in of itself, but there's just a pattern of, you see this in a lot of animated shows.
Yeah, admittedly, I haven't seen a lot of animated shows lately in the past 10 years, so I haven't caught on that pattern, but... Cool. So this looks very vector animated. This, the drawings are not that good.
Well, it's like this combination of the drawings aren't. He doesn't want to talk to his dad. This is a real women comedy moment.
We suppress our feelings.
Oh yeah. They're trying to teach men that it's okay to cry.
Hear that? Did you hear that? Yeah, men suppress their feelings. Classic humorous observation.
I'll do anything.
Well, you get the idea. But,
we got the idea.
Yeah,
toxic
the drawings.
masculinity.
Yeah, the drawings, speaking of which, they're this weird combination of they're not well constructed. They don't seem three-dimensional. But they're also not stylized in the way we think of how a flat-looking drawing could be stylized in a cool way. So you get this middle ground where it's not good in either direction.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I feel like is there a gag? I want to watch a gag, just back to front, just to see
on
how
this
it
show?
just... Oh man, okay, what is a good time code that you have? Something very cringe.
Well, let me look at my list of the most painful moments for me on this show were a lot of writer speak and writer humor, so not so much in the visual gag department.
I mean, because there are none, but we can watch some of that stuff too.
Yeah, I thought one of the really bad ones was in that traffic episode we were talking about. Let me see.
Too Slow, Too Furious, which is a Fast and Furious reference, which is cringe in and of itself. Really? As if that has cultural capital with non-retards, other than non-retard. Who?
Well, God, you want to talk about cultural capital or hip references? So I was 4 episodes, 3 or
What the
whenever they
fuck?
wrote this. I know. So yeah, that was that. And then I was like, all right, I guess I'm gonna keep being shocked by how low this can go.
Shit.
Okay, but in this episode, Too Slow, Too Furious, they're trying to, they're in a traffic jam like we were talking about, and then at about 6 minutes and 55 seconds, they pick up a hitchhiker, and it's this like really drawn out writer speak type of gag, which I won't spoil if we're gonna watch it.
Before we go to that part, what I watched this episode, right? So they're going to be stuck in traffic. That is like the crux of the plot, okay? Now, what bothered me, now this could be nitpicky, right? But the whole point is they're stuck. They're stuck in traffic, and they're going to go crazy, and they're going to be annoyed. But while I'm watching this, look, they're in a cabriolet. They're out in the open, okay? I was constantly thinking, if I was in charge of this, I would have put a roof on this car, and I would have zoomed in like they're stuck, like they're encapsulated in something. Like the choice to go with a cabriolet where they're open with the open sky, it completely takes away from the central conflict of them being stuck and angry of this claustrophobic moment of being stuck in traffic. You know what I'm saying? It's just... for some reason, that choice just irritated me. Like, how easy would it have been to just put a roof over this?
I don't know. Maybe you're thinking too visually. Maybe it was just too hard for them to draw and animate. So they went with the easier option of an open top.
Yeah, that would be because you have less layering and you don't have like a window in front of them, I guess, necessarily. But it's just like... It irritated me, annoyed me. It would have been such an easy fix, but such an easy addition. Okay, which was the time code where millennial speak happens?
At about 6:55, yeah, they pick up a hitchhiker.
You can tell this is I recognize this drawing from something. You know what I'm saying? From a different episode.
Yeah, there's that vague sense of familiarity with a lot of these drawings.
Oh, this one. Okay, let's just let this play out. So here comes the hitchhiker.
Can I trouble you guys for a ride?
Back up, you mangy buzzard. We got somewhere to be. Now, Ren, that's no way to talk to someone in need.
Are y'all going to the radio station event?
Yeah, you can tell they're trying to do like the John K. woman style, but it feels like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, just to comment on the women thing. It's okay. So the writers room was like 4/5 women, right? So I think there's more women characters in the show than there's ever been because they probably want to just get.
Oh wait, you're cutting out here.
For that, well,
you cut out for a second.
Oh, I was saying. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear you now?
Am I coming through? Okay.
Yeah.
So
right.
I think there's more women. I think there's more.
Oh fuck!
Because the writers' room.
1 second, you're roboting. Let's see. 1 second. Let's see if it comes back real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're back. I think I think we're good. You're saying there's more women in the writers' room, so they're trying to do representation.
Yes, and all the women characters on the show are this weird combination of like they give them kind of attractive proportions on their bodies, but then the heads and the faces just like really bland and really not well drawn at all. Because look at this girl's expression. This is not a good drawing here.
Yeah, plus she has like a buzz cut and she has like piercings and stuff like that and like a choker. So it's like like modern day women feminism type of vibes.
Yeah. It's not like the original Ren and Stimpy was ever associated with like memorable sexy girls on the original show, but that wasn't really like the focus of the show. Yeah, there's just like a lot of women in the Ren and Stimpy reboot. Every sense.
Yeah, let's
let
this.
to observe.
Yeah, let's let this scene play out because this is gonna be a millennial gag, right? Millennial writing on display.
Buckle your.
I know a shortcut.
Yeah,
buckle your
Didn't you
chuckle
say
belts
so
here.
before? Hop on in.
Oh, take this iPad. Now right. Left. Right. Stop.
What the? I thought you were going to the radio station event.
I am. My name is Amanda Radio Station. My family's reunion's next door. So much for the ride, fellas. Mima radio station.
It's so beautiful to bring a family back together. That's it.
Oh.
Did you get it? Did you get that?
My name is Amanda Radio Station. I'm douche chilling. I have literal fucking goosebump
It's a
douche
good
chill.
why. Why? It's a good joke. It's a good gag.
Fuck.
She said she was no, Sven. She said she was going to the radio station event, and she directed them back to their home where she lived next door, and her name is Amanda Radio Station. So the radio station event was her family reunion, and now they've been taken back to where they started from.
Oh, I see. Okay, now I'm starting to see it.
Yeah.
But wait, okay,
No,
wait,
it's
stop.
good. It's good,
One,
right?
1 second. So she comes up to the car. I want to rewind this because why even is it radio station? Why would that? Because the gag is they think they found a way out, but it brings them back to the beginning. That's the gag. So they were like, okay, we need a gag where they get sort of like they make a mistake.
They're trying to get to the radio station,
But
and
why
she knows
were-
a shortcut to the radio station event.
Oh, so they're from the beginning they wanted to get to the radio station. That was their goal. Okay,
She
so
says
then
she
she
knows a
goes, "You need to go to
shortcut."
the radio." I know a shortcut to the radio station, but then I'm gonna punch my desk. Her name is Amanda Radio Station, and yeah, the family reunion
Right.
is the radio station event.
So they thought, right. So you get it, right? Like they thought she was giving them a shortcut to the radio station event, but the radio station event was her family reunion because her last name, her family name, is Radio Station. Her name is Amanda Radio Station.
That's just
get it
positively silly. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's funny.
quite something. It's quite something. That should have been whoever came up with that gag in the writer's room should have been slapped and laughed out the door. You know what I'm saying? That should have been like, what the fuck are you even like? That's womany. This is womany writing. Okay, we need to retire the term writer's cartoon. This is a woman's cartoon. Okay, because that I'm willing to bet my kidneys that was written by a woman. All right. What if her name is? Get this. This is fucking crazy. Her name is actually Radio Station. Oh my god! And they're all like laughing.
Well, and there's a layer beyond that where because they're millennials, they all know that that's not funny or clever, but then that becomes part of why.
Yes, it's like
supposedly
meta irony. It's like we know it's not funny, but it's meant to be not funny.
Yeah, and this is like so much of a so-called adult cartoon humor to me is that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I hate to say it. I mean, but I don't think I haven't seen a lot of Rick and Morty, but from what I've seen, I don't think that's the kind of joke that would be too out of place on Rick and Morty. More famous and successful show.
Yeah. But if it's all that, it's not that because now you're comparing and contrasting to Ren and Stimpy and that type of shit that like post irony, self-referential, not funny on purpose type of stuff is out of place.
Yeah, and entirely word based. Like you could just be listening. You don't have to be watching the screen to understand to get this joke. You could be doing anything. It's really meant to be listened to, not experienced visually.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that is what's so jarring about this stuff. So you have some funny expressions going on, so you get tricked into, oh, I'm watching a Ren and Stimpy cartoon, but the expressions are taken from original layouts from the original show. And then it's just coded, and everything's based on this fucking writer's room gag. Well, it's not even gags. Like what were you like? It's not even a joke. It's just nothing. Ugh.
It's woman humor.
It is.
The look of the show is kind of. I mean, if they could have gotten away with it, I think the producers of the reboot would have been fine if this looked like Family Guy. But I think they knew they couldn't get away with that. But they didn't want it to look any better than it had to. It just had to be able to pass for Ren and Stimpy at a quick glance.
Yes, that's what I said. It's like Ren and Stimpy in name only. Do we have another gag like this? Because this is good. I think we need to show at least one more at least, because we did the Jesus Dog one, which is atrocious. Amanda radio station. I literally just got chills again just saying that. That's so fucking stupid. God damn it. Does that make me angry? It's so bad. Fuck. I'm going to grab a drink real quick. I have a mini fridge right next to me. It's going to take me 1 minute. Maybe you can read the chat or something. 1 second. I'll be right back. My apologies.
Hey, Chad. I'm afraid I can't read you. So while we're chatting, I'm going to look at my notes and try to find one more really excruciating example.
And I'm back. All right. So what is another?
Okay, good. Because I couldn't even see the chat. So I'm glad you're back.
Okay, good.
One more really bad writer speak type joke.
Yeah, or anything that's just atrocious.
Okay.
Fuck, dude. Radio station.
It's hard to pick. Okay. Well, here's one that's writer speak and also LA comedy writer humor. In the episode Squatters at 1637. And this is actually from the episode that was the first one to leak back in May of last year. It was Oh Hell No and Squatters. Yeah, there's a moment in Squatters that 1637 where the neighbor shows up.
Can we also revisit that one? Is that in this episode maybe? Because one of the leak things, remember that gag where it's like, yeah, when your teeth turn into piano keys, you can turn them back by hitting your face with a skull or something.
Well, I think there's kind of like two memes that have been based on this reboot that people have only seen the clips of, but like they're so bad that they became memes. One of them is the piano teeth smashing your skull, turning back into regular teeth thing. We showed that in the last time we talked. Yeah. But the other one is the episode where Ren is at his high school reunion and the door flies open and this generic looking character says, "Hey guys, it's me, Robbie Stumps. Remember?" And then he it's just this unfunny
I know. Yeah, that's so. And it's just, I'm Robbie Stumps. Isn't it random? And then he leaves.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Okay, we'll do. Oh hell no! What is the time code? Or which one is it? Squatters or?
Squatters at about 1637. Is that they're trying to get this woman to leave her house.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're just.
Yeah, that's okay. So I think by now people know what we're talking about when we talk about writer speak and how that was a very writer speak kind of scene. But also just the fact that the tag at the end is that he was an actor who was working for exposure.
Yes.
People who don't live in Hollywood don't know or give a shit about that kind of stuff. It is entirely just LA people in a writer's room making each other laugh with jokes about what it's like to live around actors in Hollywood.
Yes,
it's
a normal
so,
person
myopic.
would not even get that fucking stupid. Oh, I'm working for exposure. Oh, typical. Ha 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 ha. Fucking hell. And the fact that she says, I love falling to sleep to Foghorns. What was it? What was the name of the album? Just so terrible.
Well, speaking of contemporary references, she calls it "Now That's What I Call Foghorns." When's the last time you heard a joke about like "Now That's What I Call Music"? That is some old shit.
I don't even know what that is. I'm from the Netherlands. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay. In America, there is this series of cheesy compilations of pop music called "Now That's What I Call Music."
But there you go.
This is like back in the early. I think the last time I saw a commercial for that was in the early 2000s. I don't know if they're still making them anymore, but it's millennial humor. It's a millennial reference.
Fuck, man. That's terrible. Okay, do we have another time code?
Yeah, sure.
Let me pick one.
Okay, let me pick from one that you wouldn't have seen. Okay, well, I mean, do we want to keep being misogynistic or do we want to be homophobic? Because I've got one that's
some
woman
homophobia
humor, and then okay, so this one's a little bit more gay than female. In I Dream of Stimpy, at 1856. So this is an episode where they find a genie lamp and Stimpy is wasting his wishes. And this is also a good opportunity to mention that like the genie, and then in the episode Oh Hell No, God is voiced by what sounds like a gay black man.
Of course.
In this and in this genie episode, it's voiced by some British guy, possibly gay or maybe just British, but it seems like these are supposed to be best voices that maybe you would know if you were one of the women in the writing room, but I don't know who these people are. But they obviously brought them in. Somebody recognizes them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like celebrity voices. You're thinking?
It's like celebrity voices, but for celebrities who I don't know or care about. And,
All right. So
what's
the time code for this?
Someone. 1856.
1856. A great year too.
This genie character gets a lot of dialogue because he's a guest voice in this episode.
And they copy pasted another one of the characters because this is the walrus that goes, "Call the police," right?
Call the police walrus. The Call the Police walrus is in a lot of these, I think, just because it's like, a famous scene. But they practically turned him into a supporting character in this.
Yeah.
Happy, manage. I've got to be honest here. When I show up, things typically turn into what I like to call a madcap magical adventure. And I don't think I've ever met someone so utterly basic.
I know who this is. Yeah, this is that black British guy with the afro. He does a travel show. He's in that show, the IT Crowd, I think. That black guy. Richard,
okay. I'm glad you know who he is.
I was like, wait, Richard. Yes, so he thought, oh my God, I'm going to be in Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, this guy. I think that's him. I'm going to be in Ren and Stimpy. Well, guess what? It sucked. Okay, let's see here. So what is okay, let's rewind it a little bit. So this is just, what is it, an example of gay homo stuff?
I've got to be honest here.
Well,
when I show up, things typically turn into what I like to call a madcap magical adventure. And I don't think I've ever met someone so utterly basic. And I used to hang out with single-celled organisms.
And I'm in a cartoon.
So, well done.
Why, thank you.
That was it. That really irked me. It really annoyed me because it's. I don't know if he's gay. I don't know if that's an example of gay humor. But what it's an example of is the self-awareness of writer humor, where he's saying, when I show up, it usually causes what I like to call madcap situations, and then just that whole block of text is tagged with the you're so basic, and I used to hang out with single-celled organisms. I mean, quote unquote jokes like this aren't really meant to make anybody laugh. What they're meant to do is impress you with their cleverness, because that's what they're doing in the writer's room, is trying to impress each other with their cleverness, not to, make you laugh on a gut level.
Yeah, plus it wasn't even particularly clever, you know what I'm saying? And it is pretty gay. It's like a fucking gay horse, Fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's and then they copied the Mr. Horse design, but for their genie character. Like, would it have killed you to come up with a?
Just make it fucking genie. Yeah, what the fuck? Make something new. Yeah, and
no, but it's Mr. Horse.
Gullible Fool says yes. It is sitcom humor. That's true, because the people that made this are Z-list sitcom writers. So yeah, Ren and Stimpy became a shitty sitcom without any visual gags, and the odd time that they do have a visual gag, they don't show the aftermath, they don't show the reaction. They're punchline-less slapstick. You know what I'm saying? Slapstick without the pain. It's terrible.
Yeah, the writer's room, I looked up the writers on this a little bit, and I think for a lot of them, this was their first show, which is very much in keeping of the way that TV treats animation, which is that if you want to be a TV writer, you can use some crappy cartoon sitcom as like your entry level job, your stepping stone onto writing for a real show, for a real sitcom.
Yeah, like fuck it. Yeah, we got this Ren and Stimpy property. But to me, it's just like, if it's all so cynical, I just feel like they should have just released this. Like, could it have hurt that badly?
Well, I don't know what's going on, obviously, but they almost released it in like some Latin American and European territories a few months ago, or maybe even last year. But then like they decided not to at the last second. So who knows what they're deciding to do with it at this point? Because the more time elapses, I think the less likely it is that this will get released officially.
Yeah. Plus, we can safely say that this is the death nail for Ren and Stimpy. There's never, ever going to be any Ren and Stimpy stuff after this. That's basically a wrap.
Good.
Yeah.
I hope so. Yeah. God. Well, it really. Wow. It was a year ago, almost a year ago. It was back in July. Yeah. It was supposed to come out in outside of America, and then didn't at the last second, which is crazy.
All right. Do you have one more clip that we can watch, and then we'll cap it off? We'll give our final thoughts on the Ren and Stimpy reboot.
Well, okay. Here's maybe a more interesting one to look at. In the Jaws parody episode that I mentioned, they do their attempt at one of at a Ren and Stimpy style psycho freakout scene, and it's not like horrible in of itself, but I think if you watch this, you can see what's missing. So if you look at Now See Here,
got it, yeah,
which I think is episode 5 at 6 minutes 39 seconds, the setup is that they're supposed to be going crazy from scurvy. So this is supposed to be like a Hermit Ren type scene of madness.
All right, let's see.
It's got kind of a kick to it.
All right, we're gonna see the creaky music is still going, you know?
Oh, okay. Well, no, you're right. Yeah, this is a mirage.
Oh, there it is. That was the gag.
Hey, get a room, you two. That's disgusting. This used to be a decent ocean.
Huh? What the fuck?
They walked away. I guess that's the joke. The fish have legs. That's the joke.
Well, the joke should be that they're more. This used to be a decent ocean, so they should be indecent. But to just have legs, has nothing to do with anything. How is that a punchline to that?
I think it's supposed to be funny because they're walking away instead of swimming away in disgust. I don't know, but you can see what I mean about how that little those hallucinations were supposed to be like a moment from the old show, but there's just no impact to it.
No, there's no impact, and the way they approached this was like, random. It's random. You know what I'm saying? Like shot for shot.
Yeah,
random.
Okay, gag. So we are talking. So we are talking about women humor again.
It is.
Yeah, randomness plays a big factor in women humor because they don't want to be too offensive or too edgy or too anything. So what they will be is silly. And
yeah, they'll be silly and random.
Remember in Hermit Ren when Ren is freaking out and like he looks at his hands and he imagines that they're melting, like a really cool freaky bit of animation where you see the flesh melting off of his hands and you see the bones underneath.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean they needed to have something like that for this sequence, but instead it's silly and random. They imagine that they're hand puppets. Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. So the moment where it's like hand puppets and it reveals that they're on the floor, that's where it just goes like lol, random, silly. Like they don't actually want to disturb you, right? So they know they need to have a madness scene because that's what happens in Ren and Stimpy. But they don't know how to utilize a scene like that, how to approach it, and how to make it effective. So it's just low random cuts, and it's not actually disturbing. Yeah. Whereas in Ren and Stimpy, if you're going to do a madness scene, you're going to want to make the audience feel the madness. And that doesn't happen at all. This wasn't madness.
Yeah, and it's not really directed. It's kind of just set up by like a two-shot with some gross ups. But you know what that reminds me too. Something I wanted to mention
real quick. You know what the gag should have been, by the way, if this was a man's cartoon. So he is.
What?
The punchline is at the end of the hallucination, he gets like beckoned by the mermaids. He's kissing the mermaid, and then it cuts to reality, and it's just this cartoony, not gross looking squid, right? This should have been like Mr. Kowalski in a bikini, you know what I'm saying, from the original show, like a big fat guy or that big fat ugly woman in the Rescue Dogs when they're like the fire dogs. Remember that big fat?
Yeah, Mrs. Butloves. Yep.
Yeah, it should have got to reality. And it's like a big fat. It's a guy or something that he's kissing.
They're not gonna. I don't know why you thought this version was going to have a joke about a fat woman in it.
But again, but that would have made it funny. And again, of course, they're not going to make the joke. He's kissing a man, and that's gross. Because of course, we should all love kissing men, you know what I'm saying? That's just cool now. So none of this stuff, you cannot have any punchlines, because anything that's supposed to be funny is, Yeah,
well, it's also a bit like what you were saying earlier about how the original show understood classic cartoon humor, but then would kind of tweak it and modernize it, because in one of the space episodes of season 1, like Commander Hoek and Cadet Stimpy, there is a gag which is a classic cartoon setup of like Ren imagines that he sees this beautiful Chihuahua woman and he goes to kiss her, and then what it really is like this, but it's not just something that isn't a beautiful Chihuahua woman. It's like this hideous amoeba that like starts to suck his flesh off.
Yes, which he got. I remember because John referenced that book that had those weird alien illustrations, alien landscapes, I believe the book is called. Yeah, that's fucking disturbing, and that makes it fun. That makes it funny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Ren needs to see that what he's actually kissing is something completely hideous, not just a generic cartoon octopus.
Yeah, and the cartoon octopus had no sense of like hideousness to it. It was just like you could. Let me see that fucking design again, because there's nothing gross about that. Like the punchline, look this.
Yeah, look worse at that. About whatever.
Ooh. So stupid, man. These women, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to watch more clips, or are you like? Because it's been 2 hours. I don't want to keep you if you're busy.
Well, I've abandoned my family to do this, so right. I'm never going back. Yeah.
All right, then let's just keep doing this. Let's okay, cool. Let's just go through this whole thing then.
Sure. Yeah. But if I could mention something else too. The tone of this reboot is so weird, because when they announced it back in 2020, it was announced that it would be for Comedy Central. So they announced it as like a new Ren and Stimpy show that would be for adults. But, John K tried his version of that, and like you said, he tried to make it as extreme as possible. And then I remember when they were saying like we're going to get Bob Camp back and Bill Ray. I remember thinking, so this will almost be like the game's adult party cartoon, and that could be interesting.
That would have been really interesting.
But what the tone of this version winds up being is like a neutered version of the original show, where the quote-unquote adult humor is pretty much limited to like a few mild cursings. Like Ren will say "God damn," which obviously they couldn't have done on Nickelodeon. But like the weird thing is, this show feels like a less of a show for adults than the original Nickelodeon show did, because of how sedate it is.
That is so weird. So they had free reign to do whatever they want, because the target audience this time around is adults. But you don't end up with adult party cartoon, which it could have been. And then you can just see that is a direct result of self-censorship and political correctness, and women, obviously. So you get this neutered nothing thing. Because there is some jokes, like in the beginning, the first episode, like when they're in that human suit, like Stimpy's nose pops out of the zipper as if it's a cock, right? Which I
Yeah,
was
there's
like,
a little
okay.
bit of that stuff. Yeah, but like it's pretty few and far in between. They could have this was for Comedy Central. They could have gone so much further, I'm sure, but self-censorship, like you said, they weren't interested in going very far at all. They went less far than the original show ever did.
Okay. So do they make them? Because they could have done this. I don't know if they did. Do they make them straight up a gay couple then in this? Because you would have expected that to happen at least.
That's a good point. No, I was kind of shocked that they didn't. This has fewer gay references. This has 0 gay reference to Ren and Stimpy. They're not gay in this at all.
That's odd.
Whereas, like, one of the things the original show was famous for was like slipping in little references to how they're like a gay couple, and then obviously in adult party cartoon they took that to the extreme and just made it blatant, which wasn't as funny. But in this they're not even gay at all. You'd think that would have been something that they would have put in to be LGBTQ positive, but they didn't even do it.
And by the way, the reason John K leaned into that is because it became part of like public perception. Plus, there is kind of this trope where cartoon characters will be roommates together, like Bert and Ernie or something, and then people will project onto that, like, hey, what, are they gay? And then when that started happening in the 90s, I remember there were like newspaper articles about this in the 90s when Ren and Stimpy was at its peak. We're like, are they a gay couple? And then John K just leaned into like, oh yeah, sure, they're whatever you want them to be. Like, it's not explicitly like John K envisioned these two guys to be gay. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah. Well, I think the answer he gave to that once was like they are whatever is funniest in the moment. Which I think is consistent because they're not gay all the time, but sometimes they are if it's funny. If like they're under a mistletoe and Ren bats his eyes at Stimpy, they'll do that because it's funny. Yeah,
similarly to like a Bugs Bunny gag where people go, "Is Bugs Bunny trans?" Because for the gag, he'll dress up like a woman because he's just a zany psycho. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that he's trans. Like people like to project their politics onto this type of stuff. And by the way, look, and then people are also like, oh, are they in an abusive gay relationship? Because no, they're slapstick. They're like the Three Stooges. Are the Three Stooges gay? Are they like a gay throuple? Are they having gay sex? Like, why does it even have to come into the equation? They're just friends, all right? They're just buddies. But then, of course, in Adult Party Cartoon, he really leaned into that part of the lore, which is community build lore. It's like the fan base projected that onto it, and then he incorporated that into the show, and he just makes them like have pretty blatant like gay sex innuendo in that show.
Well, look, I enjoy the log sawing scene because it is what it is, and the gayness aside, it's like it's actually kind of a nice bit of animation, like animating these two silly cartoon characters having sex and like the little rhythms and stuff that they do. It's like, oh, that is like how a real couple has sex. So I admire it on that level, but
and look, all the drawings and all the animation, all the drawings and all the animation in Adult Party Cartoon is top notch and awesome, and it sort of like evolved the show too. It wasn't the same as the previous shows, it's the original season. And it's sort of like build on that.
What's really odd. I also wanted to mention this: the human characters who we've been seeing on the reboot, don't they kind of look like Spumco era characters from like the late '90s or early 2000s, like in the commercials that John K was doing, like for Old Navy? I don't know if you've ever seen those ones, or did you ever see the Ripping Friends show that he did?
Oh yes, I saw. Well, I've never watched that, but I've seen some of the clips and stuff. I am familiar with it.
The human characters on the Ren and Stimpy reboot kind of look like that, which is just strange because you got to wonder like how much old John, not just Ren and Stimpy, but John K stuff they were looking back through to try to design the look of this show.
Yeah. Look, there's some good stuff. Like, for instance, look, if we want to be charitable and say some good things, what they do with the title cards, I think, is kind of original because they have like moving image title cards that look. I don't know if this one's going to be good because I haven't seen it. Wait, I'm not talking about the intro, but... And by the way, this drawing... Where is it? This is pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's an original drawing. That's not copied from the original series, and it's not bad. But that's not what the show is about.
No. That's terrible, this one. Wait.
Yeah, that's one of those bad attempts at a old-style gross-up.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah, doesn't that look more like a Snapchat filter than a real painting?
Yeah, I'm like,
or not even Snapchat, like an AI filter almost. It's like, you know, you asked an AI to generate a Ren and Stimpy gross up, and that's what it gave you.
Yeah, but it also shows that whoever did this, they don't really have a great knowledge of like cartooning and form and construction. It's just really blubbery and like, you know, it's just not really a great painting, to be honest. I think like they made the background artist who's like proficient in backgrounds do a character. I think that might have been where.
Yeah.
Let's see. So that's like moving elements. Oh, this one's really simple. All right, this one was really simple.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
I know what you mean, but
yeah.
Yeah, I know this is a parody of a shot from Jaws. They just get right into it right away. But the title cards, pissed me off. I think I mentioned this in my review video from a year ago on my channel. Like the title cards on the original show were a big deal because number one, having a title card was not something that was done in cartoons, and it made it feel more like you were watching an old style cartoon. Yep. But and also the title cards were an opportunity. The credits, yes, a way to showcase, the people the artists who were making it, and obviously that's not in this version.
Yeah, and it was harkening back to like Merry Melodies, like old Golden Age cartoons that did have title cards.
Yeah, they told you not only who the director was, but who the animators were, and you know, in Ren and Stimpy's case, they would tell you who the storyboard artists were, and then you would kind of like learn the different styles, and you could see the different artists' styles in different episods. Who worked on them. I even remember as a kid, I'd be like, "Oh, this is going to be a good one because this guy's on it." Remember, even as a little fucking 7-year-old Dutch kid. But look, let me show. Okay, so obviously they're not putting the credits in here, which is stupid, and that's kind of like defying the original and like the whole. Well, it's not a creator-driven cartoon, so who are they going to put on there? Jaffe, what's his name again? Jesse Jeff. But I wanted to show you this because this title card, like visually, I think it's pretty cool. Like this, look, for instance, for this episode, right? Oh yeah, this one's one of the better ones. Yeah, what they do there, yeah. And the one with the car, look, this is pretty cool. Whoop, and then you go into the episode. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, and this is how the episode starts. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then this one was also so they get your hopes. Get your hopes up for 5 seconds before the episode starts. Yes. Here, look, this one was also good. Look, the title card for this. Title. Oh, and nice color there. That should have had credits for the people who actually made this. But R.I.P. Jim Smith. When I was Googling who was involved with this, he was credited for a bunch of the stuff, which I doubt is accurate. Are you sure? I don't think. I think that's bad information. But it might have been ChatGPT. Might have been ChatGPT that told me that. Well, thanks, ChatGPT. No, pointedly, they didn't ask. Pointedly, they didn't ask back a single person from Spumco to work on this. It was only games people who got invited back. Yeah, who they didn't even keep. So sad, man. All right, do we have another? You think about what could have been. Yeah, I know, man. You think about what could have been, because I kind of had my hopes up a little bit when they started inviting the games guys back, because I thought, well, you know, they did a revival of Looney Tunes called Looney Tunes Cartoons, which I haven't seen a whole lot of, but I mean, they are made like real cartoons. There's some of them on this page. There's some of them down here. We might be able to watch some of them because there's new. Is that the one? That's the one where like they have the design of Bugs Bunny and he has the yellow gloves again. That one. Yeah, they use some older and like a more Bob Clampett 1940s. Yeah, because that's really good. Yeah, because I clicked through this while I was watching this garbage, and I clicked on one of those like the Daffy Duck. Yeah, they look like the old school designs, and it was actually really good, especially in contrast with this shit.
You know what I'm saying? It's so
right,
good.
and yeah. So if Looney Tunes cartoons was decent, I thought, well, hey, maybe they could reboot Ren and Stimpy, and if they put as much effort into it as they did that Looney Tunes reboot, it could be all right. Obviously, they didn't, but
obviously
it could have been
they didn't,
something.
Yeah,
it didn't have to suck.
Let's watch another one of these clips. Let's get another example of how horrendous the show is.
Okay, well, I might have one left, but this is another example of writer speak in women humor. But I will say that in the episode "Stupid and Afraid," this is one of the ones that doesn't suck quite as much as the other ones because it's kind of a premise that you could imagine maybe being on the original show because Stimpy decides that he wants to be an outdoor cat. And so he goes outside. And what makes it a little less painful than the others is that most of the gags are visual because he's mostly by himself and he doesn't have people to talk to. And Ren gets stuck outside with him eventually too, but this was one of the slightly less worse ones. However, the clip that I'm going to suggest at 9 minutes and 12 seconds is where all of a sudden it gets real writer speaky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get it.
9:12.
So does them go outside?
Yeah, they're stuck outside. They can't get into the house because of Ren's security system that he installed.
All right.
Wake up.
She's gonna scream.
Wake up! That blinding light. Mother Nature?
I'm Courtney Nature. Mother Nature was my mother.
Well, what happened to her?
Mostly SUVs. Look, I've been communing with the rocks, trees, breeze, clouds, whatever, and we all find you mad annoying and think it's time you go back inside.
Thanks,
oh my God.
genius. We didn't think of that.
Hell of a security system.
Oh no.
Did you try a wrecking ball yet?
Of course I tried a wrecking ball. What do I look like? An amateur?
That usually works.
Mother Nature, can you help us go home?
Again, not my mom,
It's Courtney.
but I can try.
This. That's such French. It's really French to me. And this drawing stolen from whatever old episode.
That's a very familiar looking drawing there.
Yeah. Also, Stimpy, this bounce is probably traced directly when he does this, when he gets happy. That's a new drawing. Okay. What?
Well, actually, that's a callback to when they find magic mushrooms earlier in the episode.
Nice. Tubular. Yeah, go ahead. You're about to...
another-
that was the troll. Courtney Nature sucked dick. Courtney Nature sucks a dick. Sucked. Fuck.
That's
man.
another. That's another. Let me get a voice acting job for one of my friends kind of scene on the show.
100%.
But there is a little scene where they find magic mushrooms, and I think they copy some drawings from the original show for it. But it's another wasted opportunity because, if you have your characters on drugs in a scene, you could do anything. You could just go nuts, and it's
you want to have something like the Rob Zombie scene in the Beavis and Butthead movie, something like that.
Yeah. Something like that. It could be like a real set piece, but it's like everything else. It's real phoned in and perfunctory and just kind of a very conservative drug freak out scene.
Yeah, even I kind of want to watch that, but even when you destroyed our house, it barely looked any different. It just the roof was a little askew. It's like it's visually visually this whole thing is lacking. Yeah, I want to see the trip scene. Where does that happen about?
Well, I don't have a time code for that. It's further in.
Probably around here.
This
stolen.
Not quite yet. There's copied.
It's from the intro from the original. That's how the original begins.
Huddling there. Yeah. And this episode is one of the slightly better ones because Kelly Armstrong storyboarded it.
Yeah, those poses also. Those poses, previous poses also.
Poses that aren't being stolen have some decent quality to them.
I want to see him trip.
Yeah, a little further in. Further.
This one's stolen.
Drawing.
This one's stolen. Drawing stolen.
Yeah.
Hell, man. As that what?
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, here we go.
Well,
Okay.
bottoms up.
This is gonna be zany. Log. The greatest hits. Is Mr. Horse gonna show up?
No, but you got Croco Stimpies.
Yeah, all right. There you go. Yep.
The nature show animals.
Why would they hallucinate like the greatest hits from previous seasons? Oh, that was a.
That's it. That's about it. Yeah. Oh, and then I think they imagine the trees are going to turn mean. They want great drawings.
That was also. This is also frame for frame traced. This.
Yeah, pretty underwhelming drug scene, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty. Dude, drugs, weed, bro, dude, weed. Yeah. Did they smoke weed in this? That would have been a thing that they could have done in this. It was for adults.
Yeah, I'm almost. Well, it would have been good LA humor too, talking about getting your medical marijuana card.
Yeah, microdosing for your mental health. And yeah, your medical marijuana card. Yeah, they do a thing about like your emotional. What is that called? Your emotional guard dog or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, there's a joke about having an emotional support animal.
Yeah. Shit.
Yeah. Oh, and an extremely woman comedy thing too is in the last episode. Ren Stimpy takes Ren to a health spa. So wackiness abounds in a health spa there. And another like I couldn't choose a clip from this episode because it's really just the whole episode, but there's an episode where they go traveling and the whole episode is them at an airport. And even just the idea of like airport humor rings as really LA Hollywood writer humor because those people have to spend a lot of times in airports. People don't get on. Yeah, air travel is not like this common experience. Maybe it used to be more when people could afford to travel more, but yeah, airport jokes.
That's a whole thing. It became sort of like a trope when you listen to like comedian podcasts. One, they're always pontificating about the industry and what booker is good and what comedy club is accommodating. It's like, shut the fuck up with this inside baseball. Be funny, asshole. And then another trope is that they're always talking about the travel and how bad airports are. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like become a trope to the point where they need to almost write on their hand, do not talk about airports because it's so hack. So you had to write a whole episode about that and all the problems. So is there black fucking TSA agents that are rude in this episode? No, probably not.
I think the TSA
is a white guy.
Is a yak. It's the yak. It's the yak again. Yeah.
Who is the stand-in for a toxic white male? They've established that. You know.
Oh, yeah. So it's not. So he's not black, right?
No, he's not black. Coded. No. Should we just watch that episode? Fuck it. They're short, anyways, right?
The whole episode. I mean, they're like 11 minutes each, but they also feel like they're 11 hours because they're excruciating. I don't know if I could do a whole episode.
Okay, we'll watch it. I need to take a quick piss break, though. Are you feeling like you need to take a quick break, like 5 minutes, real quick?
Yeah, we can take 5, and yeah, sure, take 5.
Yeah, guys, we'll take 5. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I need to take a quick pee. Here's the break screen. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hit like. Go tell your friends. Oh, wait, that's not the one. Where is it? Where's my break screen? Oh, here it is. test. Oh, nope. Yep. All right, and we're back. At least I am. Spum, are you there with me?
I'm back. Yep.
Awesome. All
I'm
right. We took a quick break. I just walked past. We have a nest of kittens here, and apparently they just learned how to poo because their entire cage is filled with diarrhea. So my wife is gonna have a fun time when she wakes up with that. Anyways, yeah, let's. What is the next one that we should go over? Because I really want to make this like a comprehensive review of this reboot.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's probably for the best that we don't watch a whole episode if you're worried about Zero Struck. So
oh yeah, you're right.
We should
You're
probably
right.
just stick to clips, anyways. Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Well, I think I might only have. Well, I had an example of another half-hearted Ren freakout scene, but we sort of looked at that already.
Mm-hmm.
There's, in the did you get as far as the Christmas episode, the mother of all, or Yaxmas, the mother of all Yaxmas
Wait, let me
episodes?
see. Which episode is that?
Mother of all Yaxmases. I thought this is a weird premise for an episode because.
Oh yes, I did see that.
Ren Stimpy.
I did see that.
Yeah, this was a weird premise that Stimpy has a mom that was like an adoptive mother that Ren never knew about, and he's got the hots for her.
Oh, cool! I didn't know about that.
She shows up at about 14:03, and I thought the scene there is like a good example, not just of how the quote unquote hot women on the show, or the girls who are supposed to be sexy, aren't their faces are like so generically drawn that it doesn't, there's no impact to it.
We're talking about this one here, this woman.
Yeah. This is Stimpy's adoptive mother that Ren somehow never knew about, who's shown up for Yaxmas.
Yeah, so this is supposed to be the sexy lady.
Give your mama a squeeze.
And again, like the body
The
proportions are, I guess, attractive, but it's certainly not like the Powdered Toast Man assistant from the original show.
No.
I told you, no boiling sausage when I'm trying to.
I was about to go awooga, but I'm like, surely they're not going to go that cliche, but they did.
For every time my eyes fell out, I'd have 2 cents.
You're Stimpy's mama?
I am. He was so cute when he was a kitten. I decided to adopt him in the legal son way instead of the cat way.
Did they bring Sven Hoek back or no?
No, they missed their chance.
Why wouldn't they bring him back? If they bring back the walrus, the horse, the alligators.
What's fucking weird is they even bring back Haggis McHaggis. Remember him?
Oh, that guy sucked. That was more of a games guy.
Well,
sort of where they really brought him.
Yeah, not a funny character, but yeah, they had it was kind of weird and random which characters they chose to bring back for cameos in this.
Powdered Toastman is in this, right?
Well, that's another episode that I saved a time code from, because the premise of the Powdered Toast Man episode is that they're making Powdered Toast Man the movie, but the joke is that Powdered Toast Man has been in a coma for decades, so they have to make the movie by like puppeting his unconscious body. And I wasn't sure, but I think maybe they did that because like Gary Owens, the actor who voiced Powdered Toast Man in the original series, who has a really distinctive voice that everybody, can recognize. He's been dead for a long time. So I was thinking, like, did they have him be in a coma because the original voice actor is dead? But then he does have a few lines of dialogue towards the end of the episode. It's really, confusing and unfunny. But the time code that I saved from the Powdered Toast Man episode was just that. Okay, so they do this writer humor thing where like they will mention something early in the episode and then pay it off, quote unquote, much later. And it's like
call back.
You weren't supposed to you weren't expecting them to pay that off, but they do, and that's part of why it's supposed to be funny. Robbie Stumps is one of those jokes, because early in that class reunion episode, Stimpy says something like, and we're going to see all of our old friends, you know, except for Robbie Stumps. I sure hope he's not there. So then later when Robbie Stumps comes in and announces himself, you're supposed to be laughing partly like, oh, I remember that from being from earlier in the episode. I didn't think that was going to pay off in any way. So what they do in the Powdered Toast Man movie episode is Ren makes a reference to having blown the budget of the movie on the opening credits sequence, and that's why the special effects are so cheap and the rest of it. So then at the very end, just before the credits of the Powdered Toast Man episode, they show you the expensive credits sequence, which I can't even remember what the joke is supposed to be. It's just like a James Bond style credits sequence. Well, if you go to 1930, that's where it starts.
All right, so the joke is they blew everything on the credits, and then 19.
Right, so this is supposed to be like
dead.
Yeah. So at the end of the episode, you get to see it, and hilarity will ensue, I'm sure.
I have a 4 p.m. Reiki session that I'm going to miss. Come on, Stimpy.
Okay, Ren.
He has a Reiki session, by the way.
This.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember seeing some of this online.
Oh, okay.
Or it might have been something else. This. So it's like a Weekend at Bernie's style gag.
Yeah.
But
and then I guess this is supposed to be. Then I guess this is supposed to be funny because it's like a James Bond credits sequence about Powdered Toast Man. But it just goes on and on and on, and like there's nothing funny.
I mean, they did waste the whole animation budget on this sequence, it seems.
Yeah.
Is that the meta joke?
I don't even want to give them that much credit.
That they actually wasted the budget on this?
Oh yeah, and fucking Waffle Woman. They reference Waffle Woman from the game's Powdered Toast Man episode. It's really unexpected, but also like the fact that they would reference something like that makes you wonder if somebody on the somebody cared. Like somebody worked on this who liked the original. I mean, it was probably somebody in the art department because they don't reference. They don't say Waffle Woman. It's just like if you know the reference, it's there. If you know the original
but maybe
show.
it's just like, okay, what women characters are in the original that we can pull out and elevate? Maybe something like that. Let's make.
Well,
Waffle
they didn't
Woman.
elevate her.
It's
basically just a
reference?
background joke. I get They could have brought back Waffle Woman if they wanted to. But
I recognize this from a GIF. This drop. Wait, this?
Oh.
This. Dude. Wait. 2D water drop GIF. I recognize this exact animation from a GIF. Wait, is it this one? Well, it's gonna take me a while to find the exact one, sadly. But it's one of these. I've seen it in one of these things. One of this.
Oh, yeah.
It's the exact.
That does look like it.
But I've seen that exact one. I recognize it. But anyways, I feel like somebody.
What are they gonna do? Animate? What are they gonna do? Animate a new dropping water?
Yes. Okay. What?
Institute of Technology.
Jaffe Institute of Technology. So this is.
Yeah, it's funny. See, it's funny because she calls it an Institute of Technology, but it's a production company.
Yeah, dude, that's like mega ironic, post-ironic, random, lol. Epic bacon.
And the graphics are all Lisa Frank.
Yeah, horrible. Horrible. Okay, do we have another one?
Dude, I think we have watched all of the time codes that I wrote down of particularly bad moments.
I think we ran the gamut. We watched it all. I think we did a pretty comprehensive look at this horrendous show. All thanks to Jenny Jaffe. So yeah, what are the final thoughts? I guess our final review. I think we gave it sort of a fair shot. Well, I wouldn't call it maybe a fair shot, but
I think we covered all the important stuff. I will add one more art comment. Ren looks horrible on the show. Ren often looks like Jiminy Man. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like there was this in joke with the Ren and there was this in joke with the Ren and Stimpy artists where like Ren was hard to draw well. So if you drew him a little bit off, his head shape would start to look less like a chihuahua and more like a weird human. So they started calling him Jiminy Man, like Jiminy Cricket from Pinocchio.
Oh yeah,
just kind
of
a basic head, just kind of an oval shaped head. Yeah, this is like this is the Jiminy Man and Stimp show a lot of the time. Like Ren looks really wonky and off in general on this show. And Stimpy doesn't look that great either. I mean, he doesn't look probably as bad as Ren does, but Stimpy looks like a sack of potatoes a lot of the time on this because they're just like the proportions are all off, and Stimpy is, they should look cute, right? Like Ren and Stimpy should look cute, but even when they're being gross, but they don't really look cute or gross or much of anything on this. They're just kind of they're on model. That was one of John's big sawhorses was, I don't care about the model sheets, do good drawings. People will know who the characters are supposed to be. And in this, you can tell like they were trying to keep Ren and Stimpy consistently on model. And even when they do their big takes or their big crazy expressions, wacky faces, as some people like to call them, it's pretty restrained. They're kept on a pretty tight leash.
Yeah. And that's part of that is also a result of the fact that they're using like Toon Boom pre-made like assets and like puppet style animation. It's like a hybrid. Look, and by the way, I principally am not against any of that because it makes for quicker production cycles. And if utilized well and you create a lot of assets, you can have like that new Looney Tunes show, which looks great, which is also Toon Boom animation. So it depends on what artists use the tool, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But you're right. Look, if you look at this, the Jiminy Cricket is basically, yes, if you put a few lines and a little bit of construction wrong, Ren could end up looking like this. You know what I'm saying? If you give this thing a droopy mouth and two floppy ears, you have a wonky Ren that looks kind of off like a guy.
Well, there's literally a joke in Adult Party cartoon where in Naked Beach Frenzy, a girl says to Ren, "You're such a helpful man," and Ren says, "That's Jiminy Man to you." And he turns to the camera, and his head morphs into this weird human-looking Ren, which is one of the biggest in jokes you could possibly make on a show, but they just went ahead and did it anyway. Yeah, so I've explained it, so you'll know.
Yes. I didn't catch that one. I actually need to rewatch Adult Party cartoon. I think because the last time I watched it might have been like 8-9 years ago at this point, I guess. So I really need to give it a fair shot.
It's gonna seem better than ever after this.
Hell yeah, man! Yeah, and Ren looks really good in those episodes. They really. That's what I said. Like they evolved past the previous. It was completely different. Yeah, I need to give it another shot, I think. So yeah, Ren and Stimpy reboot is horrible.
Yeah, right? And you could say I wasn't prepared. I had seen I'd seen that one episode. I'd seen the Robbie Stumps memes and the reminds me of a Beatles song meme and the piano teeth, and I thought, like, okay, I kind of know what I'm getting into. It was so much worse than I could have anticipated, actually sitting down and marathoning the whole thing.
Yeah, man.
And I wouldn't have. I never would have if you hadn't asked me to.
Yes.
I'm glad I did.
Yeah. I'm glad we both did it. I didn't watch all the episodes, but I sat through. I tried to marathon this, and I was miserable. I was live DMing you as I was doing it. I was literally getting angry at certain points, punching my desk. That's how terrible this fucking show is.
It is. Yeah, it was angering for sure. I was yelling at my screen by the time I got to that Jaws parody, like I said.
Oh God. Well, anyways, I think we got to the bottom of it. Thank you so much for hanging out again, SPUMDONOR. And I think everybody should go to your channel called @Cartoon Aesthetics and especially watch your latest video, the interview with Eddie Fitzgerald of Spumco fame. If you're still in the Spumco vibe.
Eddie Fitzgerald, original Ren and Stimpy artist. 5 hours with him just went up this morning, and I didn't even remember to ask him everything that I wanted to, even though he was so generous and gave me so much of his time. But if it's well received, this video, I might be able to ask him to do a follow-up. So if you listen to it and you enjoy it, leave a comment, and you can leave questions that you'd like for me to ask Nate next time, maybe.
Yes, let's do that, guys. Liz just posted the link in the chat. Go to his YouTube channel and subscribe. Hit the bell. Yeah, leave a comment on that on his new video after you've watched it. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out again, man. I won't keep you for much longer than 2 hours.
This was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me back, and congratulations to you on your recent release of Butch Killigan.
Yeah, Butch Killigan too. But did you check out Joop Klapsijker, that cartoon, that comic book, the American one, or the Amsterdam one?
All I could do was Google image it, because unfortunately it's never been translated to English, but I really liked what I see. Sure. It really reminds me of Robert Crumb, who I'm a huge fan of.
Yeah, maybe I should translate that. Maybe AI can do that.
Yeah, I need I need you to be my personal translator.
I'll read it to you before bed. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. We got to do it again sometime. But yes, guys, there he goes. Spumco, thank you so much for hanging out. SPUMDONOR, I should say, not Spumco.
Yeah. All right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Sven. Take care.
All right. See you later. Peace. All right. There he goes. Another great appearance by SPUMDONOR. I hope you guys enjoyed our big epic review of Ren and Stimpy Reboot. That was atrocious. Oh, God. It's really bad. I asked Ashley Butterfield if he would be available after the interview. Let's see if he's there. Let's see if Ashley Butterfield is here. I'm kind of like wiped after that whole thing. I have some show notes that I pulled. Okay, so Ash says, I woke up spewing, dude. I can't stream tonight, man. Sorry, mate. Right, is there anybody else who'd like to hang out on stream? Maybe Liz or anybody would be nice. Oh, wait, yeah. Let me see. I'll go into the VIP room. Or Liz, I'll just call Liz. Liz wants to hang? Elizabeth, I'll call Liz. Where is she? Where is she, Liz? Okay, we're gonna call Liz. See if she picks up. Yeah, Ashley is sick. Oh, hello, Liz. Are you there? All right. Trying to get Liz on the line. She did pick up, but she is not coming through my air waves. Oh, I heard something. Liz has a new headset, so maybe that... Ah, there you are. Yes, I can hear you. How are you, Liz?
I'm good. I was also playing a video game while watching, and I got terrified because I put my headphones on to chill, and I heard this scary sound. I thought it was coming from you. I'm retarded.
A scary sound?
What's up,
what
everybody?
What are you playing today?
Castlevania, The Curse of Darkness.
I have not heard of that one. I love Symphony of the Night.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a PS2 game. It's sort of okay. It's good.
Oh, it's not like Cyber?
Yeah. No, it's 3D and kind of chunky. It's good. I like it.
All right, right. What do you think of the Spumco interview? Did you listen to the whole thing?
I loved it.
You keep saying Spumco, SPUMDONOR, obviously.
Yeah. No, it was great. No, it was. I learned so much, and I loved Ren and Stimpy too. We all grew up loving Ren and Stimpy, so
yeah,
it was great to see what happened to it, and I'm so sorry. I can't say sorry on behalf of women because me and women, like, I wish we got along, but we don't. But
no, you're one of the good ones. No, what women did to Ren and Stimpy really is a trope. I can't believe they did. I can't believe they did that to our boy. They fucked
They're
it
so
all
smug
up.
about it too. They so smug. Those women, those ladies.
Yeah, Jen Jaffe.
Yeah.
Jen
I hope
Jaffe
her
sucks.
depression. I don't usually say this. I hope her depression gets worse. I hope it doesn't get better.
Yeah, I hope her OCD gets worse. I hope everybody. No, you can't say that. No. If I say what I was about to say, we're gonna get taken down for harassment and bullying. No, we love Jen Jaffe. Please ruin more of our favorite childhood properties.
Yes. I don't know. Go for it. Ruin Johnny Bravo. Let's do it.
So we're going to get into our regularly scheduled programming, which is a lot of racism and stuff like that. So I want to leave a little bit of space in between SPUMDONOR interview, and we have a little bit of space between that and the racism stuff.
We'll just use a little racism HRT.
Yes. Some racism HRT. We'll dilate a little bit.
A little dilation.
Yeah. So yesterday I got a message that the previous stream that we did got taken down for hate speech, which is not surprising since the title of that stream was SVENSTREAMS Nigga Heil Hitler Nigger. So that's probably why that one got taken down. But look, I appealed it and they put it back up. So that's kind of surprising. That usually never happens, so that's a good thing.
That Overton window, it's like shaking. It's just.
Isn't that nice? Yeah, but it kind of sucks because right on the precipice, right on that little transition period, my fucking whole channel gets deleted. God damn it. They should have just let me keep it. You know?
I don't know. It's kind of bigoted. Not going to lie.
You know what? Fuck it. We're rebuilding the new channel. Everybody that's listening to the VOD of this, yes, our channel got deleted because I criticized the porno industry and stuff like that. Whatever. I don't want to get into.
You keep digging yourself into these, purity spirals, and the world just can't handle it.
Yeah, they can't handle my purity spiraling. So yeah, we're rebuilding. Please hit like and subscribe and leave a comment, especially on this episode. And of course, also go subscribe to Cartoon Aesthetics.
He'll leave a comment too if you leave something. I mean, if you
value, I'll respond.
He'll respond.
If it's something respondable, something of value, I will respond to you guys 100%.
Right.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Look at this. So now I look at my notes and I had a bunch of stuff here that I still wanted to bring up because I wanted to talk to SPUMDONOR about AI and Ghibli.
There could be a new Zen stream for that. That'd be awesome.
We'll do that again next time. SPUMDONOR, if you're listening, we got to talk about AI. I mentioned during that interview that Jonathan Pajot video. I always bring that up. I think we should just watch this video. What do you think, Liz? I need to do share screen and stuff with you.
One of the important aspects.
I was looking at the stream. I gotta make sure I can see chat because they're making some funny little towers in chat.
I love those. Yeah, that really helps. That really helps out my cause. Thank you so much, guys. I love those things. It used to be we would attack other people's streams. I would go, yeah, guys, commence the towers. Now they're building it in my own chat. It's not the point.
That's how upside down things have become.
Yeah, that's not how we're supposed to be doing these. Just type nice words. Say, nice man or something.
Yeah,
that starts with an N.
Nice tower. Do that.
Yeah, nice towers.
Pony. Or rainbow.
So, Liz, can you confirm if you have share screen on right now? You can see all this stuff?
I can see this bearded man. Yeah.
Okay. This is a bearded man. His name is Jonathan Pajot. It's a 10-minute video. I think it's important to watch this one because he has a lot of insights. Let's just chill, watch this as a little transition before we get into all the racism.
Interpreting symbolism in culture is the capacity to discern patterns not only within stories, but also across...
Can I get normal English caption?
For our Spanish-speaking Spencels.
How do I get English subtitles? Portuguese? What the flip? Okay, here we go.
The capacity to notice these patterns will help us see when certain directions, certain deep movements and changes are taking form.
So it is an old video from 6 years ago.
It will give us the
but it's still
capacity to, let's say, read the signs of the times. Sometimes an understanding of symbolism can be used for purposes of propaganda and to push certain social agendas.
Ah, interesting. So this is one of Jordan Peterson's friends. Now, if you remember, Jordan Peterson wasn't bought and paid for yet 6 years ago. And I don't know. I don't know what this guy's doing nowadays.
Symbolic world.
Yeah. Welcome to
Hi
the
from the Ren and
symbolic
Stimpy
world.
show.
What?
Old JC in the center.
Now, in the movies I've interpreted until today,
They brought up
many of them have
dog
trope, which I have mentioned
Dog
now and again in
Jesus.
passing. This trope is the replacing of the masculine hero
Yeah.
by a feminine one.
Replacing the masculine hero with a feminine one.
Of certain
Seen
replacements.
many examples.
Okay, so this is Ocean's 8, where, yes, these are all very obvious. Obviously, Ocean's 8, it was all women cast.
It often
Then
appears as a
Ghostbusters,
pattern within
all
the
women
stories
cast.
themselves.
Casper? But it's become a pattern. And they've learned how to do this more subtly.
Wasn't really Ghostbusters material.
So it's not just that there are more lead feminine characters in stories, which could have been, an opportunity for good storytelling. But it is the very act of supplanting and replacing which is often shown as a story trope. And this trope becomes boldly apparent, especially when we see this pattern appear across several movies.
Yeah.
The pattern can take a variety of forms.
Yes, this
It can
movie
appear
too.
as a strange.
They introduce a little girl female Wolverine, and she ends up being the only one standing at the end of the movie. And probably, I haven't seen this one, to be honest, but something like that.
I think we both know.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh my God, this one is so...
You have to see it.
Yes.
Oh.
The more they tell me that, this Marvel IP, you have to watch this one. This elevates
good.
Marvel to real
It's
cinema.
dark.
Yeah. This is like a real movie. No, thank you.
It's
I'm
so
good.
bad.
But okay, but and what they do in this,
on the
again,
masculine
they
virtue
supplant the
of
masculine
wanting
with
to
the feminine.
save others. Though now, the male character sacrifices himself in order to make way for a feminine character which replaces him. We see this, for example, in the movie Logan. Well, Wolverine sacrifices himself
Got
to make
ketchup
way for
stains
his
on his
female
mouth.
clone. There's also Kay in Blade
Yeah,
Runner
this too.
2049,
Oh,
giving
yeah.
up his place as the son to make room for the daughter.
Yep.
Imagined it was you.
Okay, real quick though, that is canon.
Yes, but look, okay, so I wouldn't even say it's bad in and of itself, but as he describes, it's a pattern. It's a
Yes,
pattern.
so true,
And
so
they
true,
do it, and they do it with all these pre-established, classically masculine escapism, masculine IPs, patriarchal things, and then now in the modern
Star
era,
Wars, right?
Star
Is probably gonna
Wars,
use- yeah.
every single fucking, and I've
Every
talked about this
single
many times.
fucking thing, yeah.
So they,
Except for Devil May Cry.
They don't. Well, they might do. Look, because they've learned
might
how to do it. They do it in subtle ways. Because when I watched this video, even that Mad Max movie, because I love that Mad Max Fury Road movie for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Furiosa supplants Mad Max. It's every single goddamn fucking movie in the past decade does this.
You did.
But there are many other such scenes in several movies. Sometimes the masculine character will be humiliated and made to look useless.
Our plan, Captain? Not Commander, right? Wasn't it Leia's last official act to demote you for your dreadnought plan?
But there are
This whole
several
thing's so
occasions
stupid.
Ooh,
where the
ouch.
masculine character will
She, like,
willingly
flicked his
get
nutsack,
out of the
metaphorically.
way to make
With her
place
purple
for
hair.
a feminine replacement.
Exactly.
In the final scene of the movie Mad Max Fury Road,
Yeah, this.
after tossing the dead body of the tyrannical father, Max presents the female lead to the people who clamor for her.
Yes, and then
Max
he gets off the pedestal. Look.
This escalating elevator in order to let all
What a
the feminine
bitch.
characters ascend to replace the toppled authority.
You see, it's
These
literally
movements-
so once thematics like that become a pattern across almost every big movie release, that's where it becomes sinister and egregious, and there's a plan behind it. It's that those things don't happen by accident. Once
They
a
don't.
pattern like that forms. But keep watching.
One sees the raw power play that is happening in the cultural narrative. It is not about
Problem
parity,
child's
about
dad.
equality and all those virtues. Rather, the current social move appears as revolutionary. It's about inverting the
And this.
traditional
there's also, so there's a Moana and the shell, the clam, the shell, it's obvious vagina symbolism, okay? So they took, and I think, I have not seen this movie either, but I believe like it used to be on this big, what is it called? A rock cairn, a cairn or whatever. They would have his weapon. They would have his weapon would be here or something. I don't know, something.
Representing a Pinar, right?
Yes, and violence will protect the society or something like that. And then they replace it with a vagina. You know?
But you know what's funny too is usually those are like used to like blow into and make noise. So it's like kind of like a woman.
Yeah, but it's also yes, but it's also like, you know, if you listen to this vagina, you hear the sea, you hear Mother Nature and stuff like that.
Putting it
or Courtney Nature. Callback. Remember Courtney Nature, the great new character of Ren and Stimpy?
Oh yeah, and radio station or whatever the hell her name is. She was cool too. I love her.
Bethany Radio Station. God damn it. That sucks. Like, you wouldn't even find that type of comedy in like the worst Newgrounds production. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Like that's higher quality writing on Newgrounds than in this shit.
Oh yeah. Newgrounds would throw in more N-words and butts and stuff.
Yeah, that's the stuff we like. We need to go back to that.
I like that. There we go.
I saw a video clip yesterday of like a compilation of Ray William Johnson. Remember that guy?
Oh yeah.
Like, what's happening for him? That guy, I remember.
Yes.
A decade ago, whatever. It was like 15 years ago at this point, I guess. When I was working at that studio, you had this asshole loser fucking programmer that was sitting across from me, and he would constantly be watching Ray William Johnson. I remember back then, like, stop watching this loser, stop watching this faggot. That's such basic. Yeah, but I was like, this is such pussy basic shit. But in the context of today's internet, that compilation, he's saying the N-word, he's saying faggot, he's goofing on trannies, like. In the context of today,
cool.
In the context of today's internet, that guy was mega based and edgy, basically. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He wouldn't be able to do that show nowadays. But
it upside down. At first glance, there are those who might cheer to see such a replacement. You know, it's about time that women make room for themselves. But things are not always what they seem.
Yeah, because it's an
By
inversion.
Simply filling masculine social tropes with female characters who embody those very tropes.
Yeah, they're all men, basically.
It might not so much
necessarily
be an elevation
feminine.
of the feminine.
Oh, yeah, this is funny. Riri Williams. Today, this is in the news today. They're making a Marvel show about this character now.
Or is it a movie? I don't know. I'm not going to see it, but like,
I would never.
They're going to push a lot of these, like there's still more of these down the pipeline. They're just going to keep pumping these out. I don't know how long they can afford to do it, but they're going to do it.
They're going to do it.
But rather a blind attachment to masculine qualities as the ones that truly matter.
So it's not women, they're just female characters occupying masculine roles.
Somehow more virtuous than beauty, than the caring and intimate connections of our private realm. There have been very powerful female characters who embody the feminine in profound ways. For example, Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings has been a perfect type. She disarms men by her depth of vision, by her insight, by her beauty, her grace. And even in her terrible moment, she shows us the terror of the feminine, that she could be as terrible as the dawn, as treacherous as the sea. All will love her and despair. Such a character is far more engaging and encompassing than simply making the female character a feisty badass who, it turns out, is a better fighter than all her male counterparts.
Oh, she's so strong.
Characters like Galadriel.
So you see that these women championing this type of stuff, they're mistaken. Okay, so what? And you see this happening all the time. Women have inadvertently, through quote unquote female empowerment, made it okay for men to claim to be women, and then occupy their spaces and dominate. So they just fucking fuck themselves over every time. Every time when women do anything, they'll fuck themselves over. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. It's like chaos theory.
It's like, yay, this is empowering for us. Oh yeah. So and then you fuck yourself
Let's throw a big
over.
old flopper in there. See how you do now. That's a feminine penis, lady.
It never works out.
But also the wonderful and rich female heroines we find in Miyazaki films take into account the whole range of human emotions and activity, which is primordial in understanding what it means to be fully human, male and female. Once we see, though, the pattern of replacement, we can then begin to understand the storytelling choices made in recent movies as soaking in an ideological zeitgeist, we could say. So, for example, it would not have been difficult to have Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi return to the Resistance in order to lead one last grand show of heroism before passing on. But having him appear only as a mirage cut that hope short and crystallized the ascension of Rey, who had already been shown to not need a man.
Stop taking my hand!
And is constantly shown upstaging the already established masculine character.
Yeah, she's constantly better and more smart than everyone.
Bypass the compressor.
I can't
I bypassed the compressor. Fucking retard. He's like, how do you do that? He's been flying that ship for 100 years. I bypassed
Harrison
the compressor.
Ford, he's so old. Like, he can't hear what she's actually saying. What? He's just an angry old boomer.
Now, I could have analyzed many movies in order to give a detailed symbolic understanding of what is happening. But I thought that one scene from the
this one is so good.
Encapsulate the structure most succinctly.
Beautiful and
So
Jewish.
the scene is
and I mean
happening
that in a complimentary way.
The movie has already set up that this village is a kind of microcosm of what is happening more broadly in the war. So after clearing the village of all the enemy soldiers, there's still this sniper shooting people from the church tower, which looms above the center of the village. The fact that the sniper is at the top of the church is very important in terms of symbolism. Just as we can understand the sniper in the very vertical tower shooting his rifle down at the people below as a form of tyrannical masculine power, we don't have to be Freudian to notice that the incapacity of Charlie, right, their own sniper, to take a shot himself is an image of the flip side of tyrannical power. That is, it is a form of male impotence. So the solution which appears suggested by Steve Trevor is for the men to get under this steel shield and prop up Wonder Woman.
Again, the
Now,
same
mechanics of the
symbolism
situation
as
did
Mad
not
Max.
need the men to do that. We had already seen Wonder Woman leap up at least that high and escalate stone
so
buildings.
stupid. Looks so
But
bad.
it was important that the men lift her up. Just as it was important to have that escalating
so cringe.
platform
He's really
in
putting it
Mad
together.
Max to
Yeah.
show the ascent in order to establish the new hierarchy. In the village scene, we can now easily understand the importance of the church tower as Wonder Woman, the goddess, but also
Yeah, so the church tower in and of itself is like a masculine, phallic, oppressive, patriarchal symbol. And then the men prop her up, and by the way, she destroys not just that sniper, but the churches
God
as well.
Killer leaps
I
up
believe.
and destroys this masculine symbol of power.
Yeah, there he goes.
Then the whole church
there he
collapses.
Only to then appear in the rubble.
Yeah, and
Above-
Christianity. And
That's
by the
the
way,
new pillar.
yeah, and
That's
then he will not touch upon this, but also this is a Israeli actress, by the way. That's another thing.
Okay.
It's another
The
aspect.
villagers replacing
those,
the tower itself in order
those
to
symbolisms.
receive the
noticed
praise
that.
of the villagers. And the scene of the church tower is also the first of this repeating pattern in the movie, where we see Wonder Woman lifted up into the
Like,
air.
I can't watch
in
it,
order
or
to
just
kill
it looks just so
her.
silly.
It's culminating in taking the form of the cross and striking this masculine
wow.
god of war and of tyranny from above with lightning bolts. And finally, when we see the enemy is defeated as the new day rises, Wonder Woman is then shown at the center of the new world she represents. A world that believes in
All
love
the men are on their knees.
as the German soldiers suddenly forget their violent ways and start to show camaraderie, even with their
Just like that.
Now, there are two
Oh, wow, I
things.
forgot why. I did all
One
the
is
things
that we
I
have
did.
we have to be careful not to reduce our
Jesus.
vision to polemics.
That's
as
what's
many
happening to you,
have
Sven
done.
Cells.
We
You're under a
cannot
weird
reduce the movies to a trope. We must not be blinded by politics. We always need to stay clear-headed enough to see the symbolic patterns appear where they appear. That is why I only occasionally mentioned all of this when analyzing many of these movies before, such as Logan or Gravity. Having said that, the second thing to understand is that we also need to see the pattern. And I can surmise that many of you have watched my past movie interpretations without noticing how this pattern reappeared in many of the movies that I chose.
He's not
See,
that
such
type
a
of guy.
scene as this one in
Sadly.
Wonder Woman had appeared
seems
on
really
its
nice.
own. And as some freak
Yeah, he
event,
goes
might have
up
been
to a
exactly-
certain point in his analysis, but that's where it stops. Whenever he needs to name a certain tribe, he falls short of that. But, you know.
That
mystery
might have been an
group.
exception. But the recurring pattern is not only significant, but it is often quite deliberate. And
Oh, yeah,
it
that
is
was the
being
cover of
cheered
Modern Warfare
by
or something?
certain factions.
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
you
political-
forget about these titles because they disappeared immediately. This one bombed, right? Battlefield 5?
Yeah, this was Battlefield, yeah. So, yeah, like resistance fighters in World War II, which were women with claw hook arms and stuff like that, badasses.
So
and they were on the cover.
another like Furiosa, like she's
Yes.
disfigured, but she's powerful.
Yeah, and
she's
it's a woman character occupying the masculine archetype. So they're not feminine; they're just women in appearance only. They're basically men, but with tits. It's like basically tranny ideology, basically, sort of.
Well,
You know?
they work a lot in games.
And that is where like feminism and the transsexual ideology sort of merge in this type of symbolism. You know what I'm saying? And women, they just let this happen because they don't understand. They think they're being empowered.
They love it.
They think they're being empowered, but they created trannies that then fucking occupy their spaces. You know?
That looks at them.
For
while they
example, in an
change
article
in the
critiquing the latest Marvel Universe movie, Ant-Man and the Wasp, in which this very pattern of supplanting and replacing is playing itself out, for example, notice the composition of the posters. This journalist praises not only the fact of the strength and smarts of the leading female, which would be understandable and maybe even laudable, but she also rejoices in how the male character is shown as hapless, with his successes due only to accident. The author of the article complains that the MCU is not going far enough, but is moving in the right direction. And she looks forward to seeing how the MCU will deal with the introduction of Captain Marvel, who has already
we
been
all
the
know how
focal
that
point
went.
of propaganda in recent Marvel comics. And so too, those of us who look for
Made her
symbolic
tits a little
patterns,
bigger, just
we
saying.
should all pay
That would've been-
attention
whatever.
as this trope, this sign of the times.
Mike says he has
shows
nerd-erotic
every
takes.
sign
I've never seen
of
any
being on
nerd-erotic
an
stuff, but I think this guy
accelerating ascent.
has a better grasp on like symbolism and stuff. Oh, I guess that was it. Yeah, this guy's
would
pretty
agree.
good at analyzing symbolism and stuff. He did this. I couldn't watch this. He does a breakdown about the
Oh,
Kanye West.
I don't know about. Oh, I don't know about this. Can we trust this guy to actually?
He
'Cause I think
again,
you
he
could-
falls. He
I-
falls short of going completely. I forget what his take was, but it's not great. But again, it's good. His take is good, but he just doesn't go all the way. You know what I'm saying? He stops at a certain point. It's not. He needs a couple more red pills shoved down,
Yeah, a
up
couple
his
more
ass.
red pills, more beers, whatever it takes. He needs to wake up.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who this guy's getting paid by because he's like associated with Jordan Peterson, so he might be. I don't know if he's on like Daily Wire payroll.
Do you think he's in that same Discord group with Tim Pool and all the other friends?
Oh
All the
god, yeah.
other cool guys?
Did you see Tim Pool fight against that guy the other day?
I saw your tweet. Yeah, that was wait, Adam Conover, right? The
Yeah, that
Adam
fucking
Rose,
guy.
I got. I don't know. There's something personal, but I don't
That
like that
guy-
Adam Conover dude.
Yeah, of course
He
not. That guy
gives me a
fucking sucks.
sick- He's so horrible.
Yeah, let's watch that video real
Go
quick.
away.
Yeah. So I called Tim out and said, "Hey Tim, would you make a Holocaust joke?" Because he's he's grilling this guy because he says he doesn't go all the way with his free speech and he should be making fun of Islam.
man.
I like to
right?
imagine both Tim Pool and Adam Conover are both
goes
3
on
feet
stage
tall.
and says, "Hey, you know
Yes.
what? I disagree with this or that." Or, "Hey, I just did shows in
Canada, are
I
you?
just did what?
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics, made fun of American politics.
You wouldn't
made
dare
fun
make
So
fun of
cool.
Islam, though.
Yeah.
Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't have any
When did
jokes
Tim
about
Pool get so
Islam.
brash and
They
brave
got
and
Pakistani
cool?
grooming games for
Everyone
raping
called
little
him a
girls.
pussy, right?
Here we got a
Called
super
him
chat.
bald.
Check into super tips. AI voices are hilarious in the right context. Yeah, I don't see that getting extremely annoying. You know what? We might. I'm revisioning a bunch of stuff for the stream. The website is almost back up, and I'm working on some new graphic stuff. So maybe that could be part of the overhaul. We'll look
That
into
would
it.
maybe be a little funny.
Let's see.
Why won't you go to the UK?
What?
Why won't you go to the UK and make jokes about Islam?
So this Adam knows everything's tactic. Debate tactic is just going. What even is it? What are you even saying? It's like I'm
very
explaining.
Reddit-ier, yeah.
Would you go to the UK and make a joke about Islam? I don't even understand the question.
They'll probably just say like, "Oh, that's a false equivalency. That's not."
Nobody doesn't even say that. His debate tactic is to retard Max and pretend that he just has. I just can't even follow what you're saying. What? It's just a very simple question. Look.
Go to the UK. What? Why won't you go to the UK and make jokes about Islam?
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused.
Oh yeah. I'm so confused. So he says in the beginning, he says, "I'm a free speech guy. I'm a comedian." He goes, "Why don't you wouldn't dare to go all the way with your free speech and make a joke about Islam in the UK." He goes, "Well, I just don't see. I don't have any Islam jokes. Like, what's there to criticize or to poke fun of at Islam? It's a perfect ideology. It's just such a free, loving express. The arts flourish. I love Iraqi theater. And just the comedy scene in Iraq and Syria is just bustling with creativity. So it's just, I have no critiques.
Favorite Arab songs, all of them. You know the one that goes da 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 da.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that fun Arab song where they're very self-reflect. They love to poke fun at themselves.
Yeah.
You know? They just such a light culture.
They do.
What's there to critique, really? It's Islam. We all know it's just a great thing that really brought a lot to the arts and humanity.
Brings us all together.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you. Are there jokes that can be made about Islam? Yes or no?
Wait, I don't
Yes
want
or no?
to. I don't want to go to
Are you
this
scared?
particular rabbit
Oh
hole.
no! You're terrified. You're a hypocrite.
What?
Are there jokes you can make?
What are you even saying? What? Like, it's an interesting debate tactic to just keep pretending that you're not understanding basic English. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta try this one. I have never done this before. Usually
He's
I
like-
listen to people.
Oh, he's like, what is you're being a hypocrite. You wouldn't make jokes. You say you're free speech, but you wouldn't make a joke about Islam. What are you even saying, dude? Like, what?
Make about Islam. Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
I'm terrified of the subject. I'm not.
No, I'm
You know,
not.
it'd be really
In
funny
the
for Adam to
UK,
say
you
right
can
now. Who's your favorite wife, Tim? Huh?
No,
How
look,
come it-
what
Who's
Adam
your
should have
favorite
said, if this would have shut Tim up, okay, will you make a joke about the Holocaust? Tim would go,
Yes,
Tim
like
would have done the
yours,
same thing Adam did. Like, I don't see
What?
anything. Why would I make
What's
jo-
about the Holocaust?
I don't
huh?
have any jokes about Judaism or anything. That's just the perfect group of guys.
They're so not funny. The way they like take chickens and like put their sins inside of a chicken and then kill the chicken and it bleeds
And wave it
everywhere.
above their head. Yeah, there's nothing funny about that. There's nothing to make jokes of. Yeah. What is funny about a bearded man sucking a little boy's dick after he cut a piece of it off? There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing to criticize or joke about.
Be jailed
funny
for
about
making
this.
jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs.
Yeah, you'll go to
There are people
jail
who go
in
online
Europe
and
for
point out
making
that
jokes about the
stabbing was carried
Holocaust.
out by
As well.
a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff. Because you will not go to a foreign country and in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against.
Yeah, there's no longer a large audience for his type of stuff.
$10,000.
No, I've seen his
Cash
numbers.
in your pocket. If you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having
A new
12 year-old
tactic.
wife.
Laughing. We got here faster
Usually
than I
I
thought we
do
would
that.
in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand.
Something I don't understand, like
don't
what?
really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon
Do
me.
you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
That's
I
good.
don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me
That's
about
another
Islam
thing they do,
specifically.
Sven, is that they never understand the connections. They like disassociate
Hey,
immediately.
but come on, he understands very well what's happening. He just doesn't want to answer the question because, yes, he is afraid. He is ideologically
scared.
cocked.
Yes.
He won't go
that's-
certain ways because he is ideologically captured. So if you are a
100%.
mouthpiece for an ideology, then you won't go in certain areas with your comedy because
Like
yes,
a no-go zone, kind of like what they
Yeah.
have in these
So that
Western
is-
countries now.
Yeah, so that is why when these enclaves in Brussels, Brussels I heard was 90% Arab now, which is funny. Which is funny because that's where the headquarters of the European Union is as well, which is crazy.
That's amazing.
But yeah, so that's the thing. So if your barometer, if you're not like motivated by truth, okay, and you can get there by just looking at statistics, common sense, you know what I'm saying? You need to be a truth guy and not an ideology guy like this guy. Because yes, then you're gonna
100%.
fall. You're gonna flounder and fuck up when you confront it with your hypocrisies. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
and by the way,
yeah.
another thing, I did a big post about right-wing pundits and hypocrisies. Maybe we can go over that as well, because I don't think pointing out hypocrisies in and of itself is a bad thing. But then if you don't go all the way and go, look, these are the people that are actually doing it.
Exactly.
And if you're part of this right-wing pundit class, it seems to me that they're trying to keep people stuck in this matrix where it's certain things. Because like you hear Gavin McInnes say things like this. He goes like, actually, if you think about it, we're actually the tolerant ones. We're more tolerant than the left.
I've heard him say this.
You know what
I've heard
I'm
him
saying?
say that.
And he's like,
Yeah.
look, we didn't mind gays, but they just
Does
went
it
too
like
far.
every week.
But
He did
they
it, like,
just went.
every week.
They went too far with it with the school. But hey,
Yeah.
look, the Democrats are the real racists. So basically, what he's doing is he's saying we are the actual liberals. We are more liberal than the
Oh,
liberals.
no.
So he's basically
I don't-
going.
yeah.
Look, all
He's
these
doing that.
right-wing values are bad. We can all agree on that. That's basically what he's saying.
Oh, yeah.
But we are actually, if you think about it, we're the real liberals. That's basically what's happening with Gavin McInnes. You know
We're
what I'm
the
saying?
real Avengers. We're
It's
the
so-
real
It's so
Ninja
pathetic.
Turtles.
I need to get a quick drink. 1 second. Go
Okay. I'll take a look at chat. Hello, chat. Are you guys enjoying the conversation?
All right. Okay, so let's keep watching this guy.
I'd like to return to a
Okay,
point I
it's
was
because
trying to
you
make.
said people should be allowed to come to this country and
Yeah.
speak out against it. And you said you're a
think-
comedian, and you're a
I
comedian, and you
think
go to
that-
other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK. And I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out and violate.
Yeah, so I guess his point was other people should be able to come into this country and speak out against it.
Oh, great.
But then the hypocrisy is that he's not allowed to go. Yeah. So this is the thing. So the whole argument with Gavin McInnes that they're having right now is about the Boers, the Dutch farmers that are being genocided in South Africa. Have you followed this sort of?
Oh, yeah. You know, it got a little scary. It's like a horror show down there, you know, with all the funny things that those South Africans are doing to the farmer, you know?
Yeah, so look, so South Africa, you need to look at it like this. This was a barren land. Nobody was there. It wasn't like this was a bustling black African community. No, white settlers came there, Dutch people. They toiled the land. They made something out of it. They've been there for, I think, what is it, 300 years? Like generations upon generations. Now, then black people, because things started to flourish, they actually were growing their own crops, food. Society was formed there, a functioning society. Then black people from all over Africa started to flock there.
But in such cases, yeah.
But the government there was run by white people, and that's what they call apartheid. So you had a government run by the white Boers, but you had a lot of black population, so that was deemed not fair. Okay, so then what happened is Bono of U2 fame and a bunch of other American people, they refused to do concerts in South Africa because of the hypocrisy and because of apartheid. By the way, apartheid is a Dutch word. It means separation. Okay, so it's basically segregation that was happening. It was the white people there decided that they would run their own sovereign government for themselves. But as more black people started to show up, and there was global outrage or American media outrage, we all know who runs that. They were basically pressured to make this into like a democratic system where now it became a representative government. So now over time, you have more blacks in government. What starts to happen right now, they're starting to take the white people's land away from them, and they're starting to genocide people. So what's happening is they're literally going into...
Oh, launched at $5. The Dutch even managed to tame zebras, which people say are untamable to this day.
Yeah, so apparently, I didn't know that fact, but they tamed the zebras over there. So then what starts to happen, so they made this democratic government. So now the black people, because just by virtue of them being having larger numbers, they start to dictate the laws. Now you had a point where white people's land are being taken away from them. Racist laws are being I wouldn't even call it racist law. I'm going to call it anti-white laws are being put in place.
Absolutely.
And they're murdering white farmers. They're going into their houses. They're burning families alive. They're raping families. They're raping families in front of their fathers, burning the children alive in the bathtub.
The most creative thing that I've seen like Africans do is all of the horrible things they think about doing to these white Boer farmers. It's just horrific. It's just like a horror show. It's crazy.
Yes,
Isn't
it's
there
absolutely.
one where they
they
skinned a guy alive and like in front of his wife or something?
Yes.
Something horrible like that. They
raped the wife, skinned her, and then the guy killed himself later. Yeah, they made him watch. Oh, it's like undescribable horrors that are happening there. Yeah. So then you have people who are being genocided effectively. Their lands are being taken away from them. They're refugees. That's what a refugee is. They are being welcomed into the United States. The entire media apparatus calls the Trump administration, racist because they're giving preferable treatment to white people.
White Boer, people, just like not even just the farmers, but their family. And then I've seen so many hackney, fucking out of pocket, disgusting, stupid jokes like, these people don't look hungry. They don't look like they're suffering. They don't look like they've been through a lot.
Yeah.
Then.
And then you have like black pundits on American television. They're going like, look, and this is racist because they're getting preferential treatment. We should be focusing on like a Numbabwa Gaba, and they're basically saying we need to bring in more black people. And then this black woman said, and they can go back to where they came from, the country where they came from, implying, well, she said, back to Germany, which is just completely...
Germany. She doesn't care. She just thinks... You know what she did, though? When the guy corrected her and said they're Dutch, she's like, then Holland. She said that thing that you said in the last stream. It's like the stupidest thing you could ever say.
Yeah, so you've seen it, right? So now you have a black woman saying, go back to your own country, okay?
We've come full circle.
But then you have Anthony Cumia and Gavin McInnes are going, look, this is just racism. Can you believe it? They're just being racist. Look at the hypocrisy. Imagine if we said go back to your own country.
No, they don't care.
Imagine if and these are good people. Well, listen,
they don't care that they're being racist. They don't think that they're being racist.
No.
They're just saying it like it is. They're just keeping it real.
They're winning. They're winning.
They're winning. That's what they're doing.
The problem that Gavin McInnes and Anthony Cumia are doing is they're granting the narrative. They're sitting there within the system, look at what they're doing. That's a hypocrisy. And then they go, they're the real racists. Look how bad. But here's the problem. The racism is the only thing. Racism that they're still granting that's such a bad thing, despite the whole left wing being anti-white racist. They're still going, yeah, racism is a bad thing. Look, they're doing it against us. What if we would do the same? And it's like, yes, you're almost there. You're almost there. If everybody else is playing a team sport, but you're not allowed to do it, do you think you're going to win?
No.
As an atomized individual on the field, everybody else shows up in teams. Do you think you're going to win?
They'll totally not just, put you in with the other group and kill you just because of your skin color or something. I don't know.
Look, so that's where the hypocrisy lies. And this is the warning sign. So what's going to happen in the United States or in Europe is, because we have representative, non-racist governments, right, that are completely inclusive and democratic. White people are going to be outbred, and then once brown and black people are going to be in power, they're not going to be charitable towards you. They're going to kill you. They're going to take your land, okay? And there will be no place to run. There will be no place to run. The Boers at least have a place to go.
Well,
so that's what's happening.
I hope I die before then, like a good old, like all my favorite boomers said. I'll be dead before that happens. All my favorite.
Oh yeah, I'll be dead. Yeah, they ruined
that's what
everything.
Every boomer says. That's what boomers do. They ruined everything. They destroy the economy.
Leave us with the bill.
They leave us with the bill. They leave us with overpacked countries filled with cheap labor, and then they're like, "Oh, I'll be dead. Just deal with it. Who cares?"
Yeah, you guys can deal with it.
TBD.
So that's why I'm so annoyed by these right-wing pundits. Just they'll keep granting, and they'll go, look, we're actually more tolerable. We're actually like, stop trying to be a liberal. The liberals want you dead, and you're trying to be one. You're trying to appease
Gavin's
them.
been playing this game for years too. He's been singing those songs, and nothing's been happening. He's still even though he's disassociated with the Proud Boys, which was a nothing burger, he's still the leader to these people that he's trying to capitulate to. So
yes, which is
good
not.
For you, Gavin.
Okay, so let's keep watching this real quick. Let's see because I think Tim Pool is going to get really mad.
Listen to their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused. I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey? Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
I mean, if I have a joke to make sure, I don't have a joke about those particular topics.
Oh,
you would.
I would.
You're saying if you had a joke about
yeah, sure. I would try to do
it. There's just nothing to criticize.
The bear as much as I can.
No, it's
part of the job of a comedian. Because
about as it pertains to one of the world's largest religions. I mean, come on.
I mean, I haven't written a joke about that recently.
All right.
So look, hey man.
But then again, yes, if you would ask Tim Pool, how about you make a quick little Holocaust joke here? He would be in Adam Conover's position, going, I don't think there's anything to criticize there. That's all cool. That's super cool.
I forget that Adam Conover's a comedian too. I guess anyone could be a comedian.
Yeah. Oh wait, we had I'm going through my show notes. We had another Simpleton X compilation video here, which is really funny. Let's watch this real quick. Shout outs to Simpleton. He had a new banger. Let's watch this. It's called fucking. It's fucking heterosexuality versus homosexuality. This was me talking about what's that guy's name again that was on Joe Rogan? Douglas Murray.
Simpleton. We're talking about him.
Yeah. I would say to Douglas Murray, look, Douglas Murray, when I have sex... By the way, Simpleton, you need to put little subtitles. You just should have had like grainy yellow subtitles. Whenever you do a clip, put subtitles in it because people tend to scroll past. And what catches them first with these clips is the subs, But anyways, that's just a little tip. I would say to Douglas Murray, look, Douglas Murray, when I have sex, I do that with a woman. I put my erect penis, sorry to be so crass, guys. I put my erect penis into a vagina, I move back and forth. And it's an enjoyable experience. Might grab a titty, I'll suck on it. That's how I have sex. I go, Douglas Murray, do you have sex? And you go, well, surely, yes, I'd like to fornicate. And I'd say, okay, how do you do that? Do you do that also with a vagina? Or do you spit in your hand, make your penis erect, and then you pull the butt plug out of your man's asshole, and then you put your erect penis into the colon of another man's ass, and then you move back and forth. Okay. By the way, a colon has peristaltic movement. It moves downward because it pushes
shit out of it, okay? So it goes down. So I wonder, Douglas, when you put your cock in there and that colon, nature itself is trying to prevent your dick from going in there. Is that what makes it feel good to you? Because it's an affront to nature itself? He's sitting there on a bed that's covered in shit and soil and blood, fucking men up the ass, and probably has fucked hundreds of men up the ass with his erect dick in an asshole. Shut the fuck up! And then they will go, oh well, but actually, did you know that in Islam they don't have homosexual rights in liberalism? Yeah, babe.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, we must destroy Gaza and Islam because they don't have women's rights and gay sex. Okay, I'm supposed to be against that? Fuck you.
Great PSA. That's a great PSA. Yeah, people forget about that whenever our next transsexuals, why they should. Okay, I'm not saying that. Yeah, people forget that whenever you see a guy like Douglas Murray give his opinion, give his 2 cents on whatever, you just need to think about what that guy does, okay? He does some heinous, dark things, man, with his penis and his boyfriend's asshole.
There's that other gay guy who's like a conservative pundit type of dude. He was
They're
in like the
all- aren't they all?
This one is especially gay because he's a gay guy who's married to another guy and then he has like babies now.
Dave Rubin. I'm Dave Rubin.
Dave Rubin.
Dave
I'm
Rubin.
Dave Rubin. I love dick. Blah blah blah.
Yes.
I
Yeah, he
always
has
think about
gay
what he
sex.
Yeah, he has gay sex.
I love the marketplace of ideas. I'm Dave Rubin. Yeah,
Give me a
Dave
second,
Rubin.
God. My husband-
Imagine being a conservative man sitting there tuning into Dave Rubin and you listen to him about his point of view. That's a guy who's sitting on all fours, getting rimmed. Okay, he's gaping. He has colon problems from getting fucked up the asshole by another man's penis.
He got on knees. He got on his knees on carpeted floors, probably to suck his husband's dick. Think of that, fellas.
Christ,
Think of that.
Yeah, romantically.
He probably had like Sex in the City on in the background, and the babies are crying.
Yeah, Will and Grace. Yeah, they're watching Will and Grace. The baby, they're imported, bought for babies crying.
The fan is on, the ceiling fan. It's wobbling.
Yeah, the ceiling fan's wobbling, and he's sucking his boyfriend's penis, lovingly sucking on it, farting.
Up in the balls, and he farts. He does a little fart. He's like, "Oh, sorry, hon.
Yeah,
That's okay."
His boyfriend comes in his ass, and then then the boyfriend kneels down and he farts out the jizz from his asshole into his boyfriend's mouth, and then they tongue kiss. And you're listening to his opinions about immigration? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
He goes to Erewhon. He goes to special parties that you can't go to. You know, he's got special friends that he can't
Very
talk about.
dark, it's more like masquerade type stuff. It's like dark rooms.
Very eyes wide shut.
Eyes wide shut. There's like thick burgundy curtains everywhere, chandeliers, and yeah, they're doing all kinds of bad things. Space docking.
They're stomping on monkeys. They're stomping on kittens. They're doing crazy stuff.
They're shitting into condoms, freezing them, and then eating them like ice lollies. They're making their penis erect and then having the other guy.
Because it's like sophisticated. It's fancy.
One guy dilates. Yeah, it's fancy. So one guy dilates his dick hole with like a candle holder, like a brass fancy candle holder, and then another guy fucks his dick hole. He fucks his dick hole. That's what they do.
What is it called? One of those candle holders, but it's like 2 of them. Luminaire. I don't know.
A menorah.
A menorah. That's it.
Yeah. 5 guys in a row are dilating their cocks with a menorah, and then they get fucked.
And they light the candles to have a little ceremony. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really.
I'm not doing it, but that sounds great.
Yeah, you should really not be into it. Yeah, ass blood. They use that as lube. Diarrhea.
It's all natural, though. That's what's cool about it. It's organic.
Yeah, you can't have a party without a sounding station. What's that again? Where they have like a thing in their dick?
That's where they dilate their little penis holes, you know? That's fun. And then they just spray everywhere. That's what I assume. I don't know what it... I wouldn't do that. If
And
I
it's
had
never
one,
enough. It's never enough. They use child's tears as lube for ass sex.
Thank you, Jesse. That's good. That comes from a real place. Those tears. That's what makes them so good.
Yeah, and that's what makes their blood so potent too when they drink that as well. Yeah.
Well, that's cool. We got the recipes now. So.
Yeah, they'll squeeze every little drop out of that adopted kid, and they'll drink it. And they'll enjoy it.
Nothing goes to waste. Nothing goes to waste for these higher upper class people. Nothing.
Upper class queer guys. Yeah, our political class that we all have to tune into every week to listen to their take.
We have to be nice to that.
Yeah, people go, Jesus, Jesse, that's fine. Yeah, using a trafficked child's tears for ass sex lubricant. That's really dark. Damn.
The best.
But that's what Dave Rubin does.
That's what Dave Rubin loves.
And it's not even that that's just a passing thing that Dave Rubin might do. That's his defining trait as a homosexual. He goes, I'm Dave Rubin. I'm homosexual. What does that mean? All the stuff we just described. That's what that is. That's what it means to be that.
He goes to church or he goes to brunch and he's like, he goes to Whole Foods. He's, supposed to be that's like every gay guy is like, I might be a gay guy who fucks my husband's ass with child tears, but at least I'm normal and nice and not racist.
Yeah, I'm a normal, well-adjusted queer. I'm for women's rights and I'm not racist. Yes, I might watch the football game once in a while. Give my opinion on that. See, I'm normal. Yeah, and then boomers. Will, hey, who am I to judge, right? I don't care what another man does in the privacy of his own home.
You can come to the barbecue, gay guy.
Our Constitution says that a man should be able to fuck a child up the ass in the privacy of his own home. Who am I to judge them?
If it's two consenting adults and they're fucking a child's ass, what's the problem?
It's two consenting adults doing the most horrific, heinous stuff behind the curtains. Who am I to judge any of that stuff?
Yeah, it's free country.
Yeah, it's a free country. That's freedom. And that's the freedom our forefathers died for. Is for our political class to fuck each other up the ass in the Oval Office. That's where they did it too. Remember that? Remember that video?
Yeah, I do remember that.
There was a video of two politicians fucking each other up the ass in the Oval Office. The holiest of state chambers.
It wasn't the Oval Office. It was the It was where they do their speeches, their congressional speeches and stuff like that.
Yeah, the parliamentary halls were desecrated with the sodomy.
But a gay guy saw that and they're like, "Oh, that'd be a cool place to fucking ass in. That'd be great."
Yeah,
not like
let's
an
fucking
arcade
ass.
or a swimming pool, but let's fucking ass where people make where they discuss the law and stuff.
Look, at least gays used to fuck each other up the ass somewhere in a dingy corner at the docks. You know what I'm saying? In an underground fucking basement club.
Oh yeah.
That was unmarked. They sort of had some decorum. They at least knew it was embarrassing and a satanic act. Now they're just doing it everywhere. They're doing it in Parliament.
That takes some of the boredom out of it, right? We could just do it anywhere. We could do it at a Chuck E. Cheese, a Target. Who cares? But that's gotta make it not as fun. It's got to be boring being a gay guy now. It's got to be you got to be bored to tears being a gay guy nowadays.
Well, trust me, they'll find some depraved ways that we can't even imagine. We can't even imagine that.
I cannot. No.
My wife showed me something that I had never imagined. We were imagining a lot of horrible stuff. Well, she didn't show me this, but she showed a news article how there was a pedophile ring somewhere here in Asia that was being rolled up by police. They found a pedophile ring. It was a Facebook group. And I can't even say, I don't know if I even can say this because it's so bad what they were doing. I can't say this.
A lot of horrible stuff.
Okay, I'll just say this. They were posting specifically baby cum shot pictures where they were coomed on babies' faces.
Oh, well, oh God. Well,
did you ever think of that? That is a thing that they do? Okay, that's enough. We're done with this.
That's enough.
That's all the gay stuff. That's all the gay stuff for today. Just when you listen to Dave Rubin, think about that.
My face got red when you said that. I didn't know what you sound like you said a bunch. I literally just heard you say a bunch of robot words. You were just botting to me.
I know. It's horrible. That's when I was a kid, I saw this installation at the Rembrandt Museum, and it was this mangled corpse. And I looked at it. This was the first time that I saw gore in my life, and my brain couldn't make sense of it. So that's sort of what happens.
That's exactly what it is.
When you get introduced to the gay lifestyle, it's like getting eldritch Lovecraftian knowledge. You just can't comprehend it, and after you know it, it's not for the better. You have to live with that. It's like a scar.
You're different with that information.
It's a psychological scar. Yeah, knowing about the gay lifestyle is like having psychological scars permanently imprinted in your psyche.
That's like the first red pill when you make some gay friends in high school and they tell you about what they do, and then you just slowly learn.
I never had those. I had
those. In the U.S., if you're a sassy gal like me, you make a couple of gay friends.
A fag hag.
Kind of, but like this is back when gay guys were like funny and racist. Back in like the 2000s. When
but still, they're still doing all that stuff. They're still cooming on babies' faces.
Well, the less I say, the better. But with all that being said, it's kind of interesting what these people will tell you when they're confident enough. We've heard a lot of gay guys say things with a lot of confidence.
Oof. Yeah. Like what? Give me one example of one of these horrible things that they said that they admitted to when they were a little comfortable.
It's just like knowingly flirting with like guys that are straight on purpose, also coming on to like the one friend I had like a crush on his dad.
Oh fuck.
Man. He went for guys that were like way older and
just so wrong.
It's so wrong. It's so wrong. But
all right, look, we're moving on, guys, because we're losing viewers by the second because we're talking about the most horrific,
not a gay guy.
horrible. Yeah, and they all are. Let's just be honest, they all are into their dad.
If you're my friend, you can tell me anything, and I'll just say it on SVENSTREAMS.
Yes. Okay, so look, we had the Pope. Hey guys, isn't this fucking based? Look what the Pope said. Based. Woo! Winning. Are you tired of winning? Look, the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, guys. Everybody's glazing this guy because he said this. Pope Leo, whatever that number is. What is it? Okay, X is 10. 1 minus 5. He's the 14th. Leo the 14th, I'm going to guess. Is that what this was? Declared that the family is founded on the union between a man and a woman. We're so back.
Whoa. Well, I don't know what he means, but
this guy
I got chills.
He's saying that gay marriage is not legitimate, but this should be basic common knowledge, common sense.
Yeah.
The fact that he even has to say this is ridiculous, but people are treating this like, wow, dude, we're back, man. This is a huge win that the Pope says that gays are supposed to be marrying.
What a cool based Pope. What a cool base, like American Peruvian Pope. How cool is that?
That's so cool. Does he play a little pan flute behind the altar? Does he sell a little CD?
He has a little donkey or whatever they have with the.
Yeah. All right, so this would have been a better candidate for the Pope. Let's see what this guy has to say. There's a little Christian segment here.
Where do the 6 million come from? They come from the imagination of the Jews.
Sounds like a Spence.
2 and 2 can also be 6. 2 and 2 can also be 6 million. And the Jews run the newspapers and they run the television by the stupid permission of the Gentiles. The Jews today are now convinced that they're coming close to their Messiah. The stupid Gentiles, the godless Gentiles, will swallow it down because they've got no God any longer. They've lost all sense of truth, objective truth, historical truth. And they swallow the Jewish myth. Why do they swallow the Jewish myth? Because the Jewish myth is a substitute religion. Gentiles today are people godless and without religion, and the Jews give them a religion. Golgotha is now Auschwitz. The cross is the gas chamber. The Redeemer is the 6 million. Therefore the Jews are God. And the stupid, godless Gentiles are swallowing it down.
Wow, he rules.
Bishop Richard Williamson. Is he still alive?
Oh, I hope. But whatever. He's not. He's with his favorite Jew.
Where are the 6
He's with his favorite Sky Jew. So here's another one. Here's another interesting priest. I think this is a Russian priest or something. I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is a very interesting video. This is really cool, or really dark, but you gotta listen to this. This is so good. Listen to this guy.
In 1941, the Germans forced us to dig a long, deep trench. And after we did what they wanted, they brought a group of Jews and threw them into the trench. and the Germans ordered us to bury them alive. We firmly, these are the Russian prisoners, we firmly rejected this disgusting act. The Germans ordered us to take the Jews out from the trench, and they threw us into the trench instead of the Jews. And they ordered the Jews to bury us alive. We were shocked when the Jews began to bury us without hesitation. The Jews almost covered us when the Germans stopped them and pulled us out, and we were surprised by the German commander who shouted at us, "We wanted to show you, to prove to you who the Jews are. They are ungrateful, merciless, and without love."
Wow.
Did you hear that? So they were ordered to bury a group of Jews alive in a trench. They refused to do it because it was so inhumane. They took the Jews out of the trench, put them in the trench, ordered the Jews to bury them alive, and they did it without hesitation. And it was just to prove a point. They were just trying to prove a point to the Russian prisoners. They're like, oh, whoopsie.
I'm like scared that if we did this same experiment nowadays to our like modern liberal Gentiles, they would just still not believe it. They'd be like, well, these are real Jews. These
yes. They'd still have the cognitive dissonance. They would just, they would.
Perfect, William. Perfect.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so here's a funny video. Do you see this? I wanted to show Ashley this one because this is happening in his country. So they're asking, a British guy is asking a this thing, 65 IQ sub-Saharan African. They're asking him, why should we pay for you? You know what I'm saying? And then listen to this guy's very eloquent answer.
Why
Can't wait to hear this.
English people pay for you to have a house?
Maybe they give me house, they give me anything I can need, they give me.
Just give it.
Yeah.
Just give it.
Why should they give you, give me house, give me anything I need, give me.
Give me anything, give me.
And then this guy goes, okay, but why? Look, why?
Yeah, give me.
Because people in England is perfect.
Oh, so you think we're all rich people, so we can give? Okay. Can I tell you something?
He didn't even say that, but
we are not all rich people. If I said to you,
he doesn't even know what
we
he's saying.
don't have enough houses in England, would that stop you coming to England?
Okay. Maybe I come back in my country and I change in another country after.
Yeah, maybe you try another country. Do you think that if you realise that we can't afford England? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now I just want everyone at home to understand that every single person in this room is absolutely desperate to come to Britain. The only reason they are here is to try to come to Britain.
None of them are going back. There's only going to be more and more and more and more and more until people start advocating for their own. Okay, what is this? This is funny. So in France, these liberal exchange teachers, I guess. Oh,
I love this.
Okay, so I lived in France for.
This is just this libtarded idiots Americans experience trying to teach people in France about how bad racism is. Look.
5 years, and have never heard white people say the N-word so much. Also saw like 3 or 4 cases of blackface.
Tonka, stop. He wants to chew on my muddy plant. All right, I know. He's been told no.
Yeah, you're ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so I lived in France for 5 years, and have never heard white people say the N-word so much. Also saw like 3 or 4 cases of blackface. The weirdest instance for me was when one of the first years I was there, I was like an English teaching assistant, and I had a group of students, and we were doing a lesson on the civil rights movement.
Oh, that's important. So American exchange teachers are going to France to indoctrinate children there about the civil rights movement. Like, what the fuck is the purpose of that even? Fuck off.
Being like, hey, what do you guys know about this from the U.S.? What do you know anything?
Listen.
And one kid raises his hand and is like, yeah, it's when N-words wanted more rights. Great way to start that lesson off.
He's right.
But after that, I was like, A, we're not saying that word is like not allowed in my classroom, and B, if at a classroom full of white students, like if you guys are saying this word, can't stop you outside of this classroom, but this is what it means. This is what it means about you and your beliefs.
Oh, this is what you are.
After that, for the rest of the school year, whenever the boys from that group saw me in the hallway, it was a chorus of people just shouting the N-word.
That's rules.
Because she said, I can't control what you do outside of the classroom, and they only remember that part.
That's the French for you. They're pretty cool like that.
But again, you need to remember what all this is leading towards. The United States, all of this stuff, civil rights, all the shit. It's going to be, white people are going to be outnumbered.
Yeah.
And it's going to be revenge time, okay? You're not going to be handled with any grace.
I've been
okay?
coping with that for a while. I think all Americans, they kind of cope and sneed with that fact. But we hear a lot from our black neighbors about how you're lucky we don't want revenge. It's only a matter of time until you start acting.
It is. It's not a matter of...
It's not a matter.
It's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? You're going to... I need you all to close your eyes. This is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You will be in a bathtub covered in gasoline while a bunch of black people are standing around you laughing, and they're going to light you on fire in front of your family that's getting raped, okay?
And
Open your eyes.
We'll get away
That's
with
going to happen. That will happen. That's going
and
to
they're gonna
happen
rape
to
your
you.
wife. They're just going to do it. And it's a part of their culture, and you have to love that, or else you're a bigoted racist.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. It will happen. Okay, thank you. And here's this one. I saw this. I saw this.
Just heard called "The Great American Melting." Song you just heard
I haven't watched this
called
video,
"The Great
but
American
I thought it was
Melting Pot," written by Lynn Ahrens and Lori Lieberman, two famous Jewish
American people in the chat and you, Liz, let me know if you've seen this, because they're saying this was something that was all over every school.
American composers.
Yes.
To America, and there they melted in. Lovely Lady Liberty with her book of recipes and the finest one she's got.
Wait, why is she wants to boil an Irish food?
Was pumped into my head as a kid almost every single morning before school. It played on the TVs of several million American children before their school day, and then was reiterated to all of us again and again, over and over throughout our entire time in American academia.
I was watching Daria.
But is it true? Was America really always founded as a melting pot of all different races and countless cultures? Was America truly founded and meant to be a nation of immigrants from all over the world? As you can see, this phrase, melting pot, first started being used around 1908. The origination seems to come from a play written and performed by Israel Zangwill. Wikipedia describes this play as follows. The play depicts the life of a Russian Jewish immigrant family, the Kishanos. David Kishano has survived a pogrom, which killed his mother and sister, and he wishes to forget this horrible event. He composes an American symphony and wants to look forward to society free of ethnic divisions and hatred rather than backward at his traumatic past. Now, the last time I checked, the Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776, and 1908, the year when the phrase melting pot first started to be used, was 132 years after that. But let's move on. How many times have you heard from your politician, your president, your standard Hollywood actor, and your local SJW that we are a nation of immigrants?
America is a nation of immigrants.
We are a nation of immigrants.
We are a nation of immigrants. We're a nation of immigrants.
The next thing that follows this statement is usually
tipped $5. People always looked at me like I was crazy when I say it, but I still stand by it. The French, particularly the French youth, are based and racist. They are far better than American youths who are indoctrinated with liberal communist goy slop.
What's still left of them, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
I guess, yeah. You know, like a lot of American youths, they can be a little based and a little racy too. But you know,
Yeah,
They
but
got
you
the numbers against
see,
them.
you're starting to see with the hypocrisies accumulating like a big Katamari ball, the fatigue setting in. But that's why it's important to keep pushing
too
this type
late.
of stuff. No, well, I don't know. Look, you don't want to black pill that, but what I'm saying is, what you don't want to do is empower
We
these
don't wanna do
right wing pundits like Gavin McInnes and stuff like that, who are trying to. They're rolling it back. They're trying to roll this momentum back by bad analogies. It might be purposeful even that they're doing this. They want to keep you docile. They're not doing proper analogy. They're going, no, actually, we're liberal. As this momentum is going more to the extreme right. You know what I'm saying? And extreme
It's so true.
in this sense just means that it's more farther to the right than it's. People get scared about the word extreme.
You can really tell Gavin's trying to pull on those reins too. Like, I think he thinks he still has like a stronghold on any American conservative now. I don't know how many people are watching Gamal or Censored.tv anymore. I can't even imagine.
You can even see like Kumia's being entered back into the mainstream. Kumia's taken over for Bill O'Reilly next week. Who would have ever saw that coming? He's back on Fox News.
Oh wow!
It sort of feels like.
There you go.
And look, I think Kumia is being held back by Gavin. By Gavin. So Gavin is the one who's pulling on Kumia's reins, because Kumia listens to Fuentes and stuff like that. He knows what's up. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep watching.
Some cringy cliche about the
40 chest or something. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know if he's doing that, but I don't know if he knows. He's not aware of anything, but.
Oh, he's a boober.
I feel like he's just kind of leaving Gavin in the dust here as he just moved. He's back into the mainstream, so I think that's
Statue of Liberty. That's historically inaccurate, right?
And in the harbor is the Statue of Liberty, reminding us of who we are and where we came from.
See?
Hillary impression
Almost
is so
every
good.
single
You sound
time.
just like her.
The Statue of Liberty, though, was a gift given to the U.S. from France to honor the centennial of American independence. The poem upon it, which was written by Jewish writer Emma Lazarus, as you know, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, etc., was a later...
Do you even know that the plaque on the Statue of Liberty was also written by a Jewish person? That's crazy.
My only thoughts about the French is that they're so occupied by the Jews that it's like so intermingled in who they are. It's like that's why they allow so much degeneracy to happen to their people.
I mean, the same thing could be said for the U.S., though.
I mean, yeah, but it's happened to both of these countries on a large scale. But I'm just saying, it's like in many such cases. That's all.
Add-on and cri de coeur by Lazarus about her major concern, which was the Russian pogroms against the Jews happening in Tsarist Russia at the time. Lazarus was asked in 1883 to contribute a manuscript to an effort by New York socialites to help raise money for the pedestal on which the statue was to be erected. She had first resisted, but then ultimately decided to take the opportunity to further her real concern, which was the Russian Jews and the pogroms that were happening at the time. E Pluribus Unum explicitly commemorates the union of 13 British colonies into one nation. The statue and the motto do not celebrate immigration. They salute the achievement of the settlers who founded those colonies and in time won independence from their mother country. The poem on the Statue of Liberty has absolutely nothing to do with people vying for America to accept more and more immigrants, but has everything to do with what Lazarus was actually going through at the time. Anything else that is taught to you is historically inaccurate and completely made up by pro-open borders advocacy groups. Now, what about the term a nation of immigrants? Surely this phrase has been around since the Statue of Liberty was built up, at least, right?
Oh my God.
Wrong. As you can see, this phrase wasn't even used until it became popular in the 1960s. It was popularized after the ADL asked John F. Kennedy to write a book with the same title that became part of a series by the ADL called A One Nation Library.
Of course.
I'm honored to receive this award.
Fell for it again.
An organization which on its 50th anniversary
a bullet to the head.
should itself be receiving an honor for distinguished contribution to the enrichment
our subversion of
of
your own
America's
people. Here's a
democratic
bullet
legacy.
to your brain.
Your tireless pursuit of equality of treatment for all Americans has made a lasting and substantial contribution to our democracy.
As you can see, this phrase was literally a pro-open borders marketing slogan created by the ADL, a Jewish organization with over 100 years of history in the U.S., whose current CEO called Donald Trump anti-Semitic for using the word globalist during one of his meetings.
It's sort of developed and originated in certain extremist circles.
Oh, this guy sucks.
Jonathan Greenblatt.
But make no mistake, where the term originates from is a reference to Jewish people. It is not a coincidence that the word globalist is used to refer to Jared Kushner and Gary Cohn and Steve Mnuchin, the most prominent Jewish members
All their names sound like the
of
sounds
Trump's
I make when I throw up.
team of advisors. It is really disturbing when the president or his advisors like Mick Mulvaney or others.
Yeah, so you're not allowed to notice the globalist agenda that's being pushed by Jewish academia that makes you anti-Semitic, right? And then now I'm supposed to go into the defensive. No, I'm actually not anti-Semitic. I love everyone. Like, shut the fuck up.
And the media literally parrot this term, which is rooted in prejudice. No,
So what?
a
Fuck
president
you.
should not use the term globalist.
The ADL also gave JFK
No, you should
the
use the
award
term
he
Jew.
talked about earlier in that clip after writing his book. Now, this phrase that you constantly hear in your schools, on TV, in movies, and from your politicians came into mass use only 60 years ago. This was also right around the time that America's immigration system was starting to be called racist. This, as you know, eventually led to the U.S. going from a healthy mix of mostly Western...
So they're doing the same thing that they've done to South Africa. It's the same shit.
style European immigrants in 1950 to a massive increase in immigration, which is now pretty much only coming from Mexico.
There was a feeling in Congress that that same notion of ending discrimination should also be applied to U.S. immigration policy. Up until 1965, U.S. immigration policy was heavily biased in favor of Europeans.
So what exactly changed?
Okay.
What
That's
law was
wrong.
passed that the
That's
American
racist.
people had no
That's
say
wrong.
in?
That's
What
wrong. If I
act
think
was
there's something
signed
wrong
that
with that,
sent us
I'm
millions of a type of immigrant that is over 3/4 on one or more welfare program, that tears down our statues demanding change in our country, that hoist no other flag but
you know
the flag of
thing
their...
about Mexican culture is that when a woman turns 15 years old, she's a full-grown woman. So that means
Nice.
you can fuck her and make her your wife and give her lots of you don't have to. I'm just saying you can. It's okay.
That's so cool. That's so cool. I saw some statistics the other day. I don't know
She's
the
a
exact.
woman now.
I don't know the exact numbers, but I saw something about like the welfare state in America, how taxpayers versus people that are dependent on the state for welfare. Whites and Asians, they pay more in taxes than they ever take advantage of the welfare state. And I believe blacks are net negative. It's like 380 billion per year, or
Each one is 200,000 in the
and then
negative.
it was something like if black people hypothetically would all go back to Africa. Hey, what's up, cool guy club? If they would all go back to Africa, you would be left with 2 trillion or something a year, I believe. Imagine 2 trillion extra for not babysitting black people.
And I've been watching a lot of like welfare TikTok and a lot of women talking about welfare, and they get $3,000 a month to feed their like 4 to 7 kids.
Nice.
And it's a good deal to get. Righteous bucks, yeah.
Righteous
They go,
bucks. Yeah, so you're babysitting these people in perpetuity until your numbers
Paying
dwindle,
for
and
it.
then they're gonna kill you. And then they're gonna kill you.
For homeland while
that they don't have
advocating the
Doritos.
government be overthrown, that say it's racist
Yeah.
to be white, and that bring mob destruction to those who advocate for a secure border, less government, and the restoration as well as the protection of our Constitution. Well, in comes Emmanuel Seller, one of the main creators and the driving hammer on the nail that is the Hart-Celler Act of 1965.
Right?
Who is he? Well, his biography describes him as a Jewish American congressman who died of pneumonia in 1981. It goes on to talk about his major role in pushing through legislation that eventually was successful in changing what they called back then the unjust immigration policy of America, which even as recently as 1960 had strict caps of immigration coming from south of our border. Within his bio, he is quoted in saying, "Yes, I fought against the unjust restriction of immigration." But who is the face of this bill exactly? Who would be the one to get it through the Senate after Seller crafted it? Well, remember the guy who kicked off the slogan, "A Nation of Immigrants" for the ADL? Well, his flesh and blood and brother Ted Kennedy was tapped for this job.
Oh, they must
After
have
the bill
thanked
was
him for
signed
this
into
in a
law,
more
Ted Kennedy,
proper
the literal lady killer himself, trotted out on stage and promised the following about this bill. Out of deference to the critics, I want to comment on what the bill will not do. First, our cities will not be flooded with 1 million immigrants annually. Under the proposed bill, the present level of immigration remains exactly the same. Secondly, the ethnic mix of this country will not be upset. Contrary to the charges in some quarters, this bill will not inundate America with any immigrant from any one country or area, or the most populated and economically deprived nations of Africa and Asia. In the final analysis, the ethnic pattern of immigration under the proposed measure is not expected to change as sharply as the critics seem to think. Thirdly, the bill will not permit the entry of subversive persons, criminals, illiterates, or those with contagious diseases or serious mental illness.
It's insane.
As I noted a moment ago, no immigrant visa.
Like, there should be no Somalians in your neighborhood. It just shouldn't be the case. It's absolutely ridiculous. They have no business to
will be issued to a person who is likely to
Why are there Somalians here?
Yeah, they're not
become a public charge.
Zero on the food stamp and $4 in child support.
Oh, that's a good elite human
That's what I
capital.
got.
Yet the 50-year-old single mother who
she's
entered
great.
the U.S. by swimming across the Rio Grande has government-funded
Oh,
housing,
Sven, she's been living here for
medication,
20 years,
and
still doesn't know
$700
any
a month
English.
Nope. Why would
Obviously, that entire statement was a complete 100% lie, as we know today.
Yeah, no shit.
But then, after he lied on stage, another Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, was trotted out on stage as well and promised the following about the bill.
Listen,
blew his
Clumsy,
head
she's
off.
In fact,
been here for 20
he
years.
says,
If you're
the
a
distribution
Mexican
of
and you've been here
limited
for 20
quota
years, you
immigration
should know
can have
some
no
English.
significant
Come on,
effect
essay,
on the
please.
ethnic balance of the
Essay,
United
please.
States. Total quota immigration is now 156,782. Under the proposed bill, it would rise slightly to only 164,482.
Yeah.
Obviously,
And
this
what are
is
those numbers like
way
now?
off. But before the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, our
That's every
immigration and
month.
It's literally
naturalization
every
laws
month.
were a lot more similar
That's
to
every
immigration acts that were outlined by the founders and forefathers of America. Nationality acts like the Naturalization Act of 1790,
no
which
such thing.
stated
There's
that
such a
should
thing as
any
white culture.
alien wish to become naturalized in America, they would first have to be a free white person of good moral character that has resided in the country for at least 2 years.
Oh.
This was specifically written in the
racist.
bill. Throughout the years, of
I was
course,
just
this
thinking
was
that.
amended several times, including in 1795, where they even made it harder to become a naturalized citizen, extending the minimum of 2 years residing in the country to 5 years in the country. Then in
Tower Bill
1798,
Benjamin
at
tipped
least
$5. Dude, there's major Mexican ship news we need to see. Breaking news.
Mexican major ship news? What does that mean?
They're
Liz,
bringing
can
them
you
over by... Can I look
look
that
it
up
up?
real quick?
Yeah, look at Mexican, because I didn't even know what to type in. Mexican ship?
Is it like shipping Mexicans together? Like relationship-wise?
Hey, what are we talking about?
wait. Mexican Navy sailing ship crashes into Brooklyn Bridge. Whoa.
Oh, wait. Oh. Wait, what the fuck is happening? No,
Here,
no.
I'm sending you a news thing. This just happened. Ben, thank you. What the
Breaking
what the flip?
news. Wait, these are immigrants? Wait, here it is. I got it.
You're not gonna hit the bridge.
Oh, the boat. Oh, this boat. It's a Mexican boat
Oh.
with a giant Mexican flag. They're hitting the bridge.
Post
the bridge?
Mexican flags in chat, please.
Oh, no.
No, see? Do you see that?
Oh, Mexico.
It's breaking down.
What are they doing? Okay, well, at least
Fuck
the
it
bridge is fine.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Well, okay, I thought this was going to be a major disaster. The bridge was falling like an MCU movie.
I know, I thought so too. Oh well, whatever.
I filter reality through MCU.
I filter reality through Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Well, here it is. I didn't even think anybody died in this.
20 got injured. Some people got hurt. They got skin
All right.
knees.
All right.
got
Pretty cool.
that.
Pretty cool breaking news. Thank you so
Ben.
much for that. We'll continue watching this real quick, and then we're going
and
to call
allowing
it
the
quit. I think
children of
we've
naturalized citizens
been
to
live for
obtain
4
birthright
hours.
citizenship.
Well, you've been
all
live
of which
for, like,
still kept the
ever.
free white person
Yeah.
of good moral character statement in the first lines of the bills. This Immigration and Naturalization Law of 1798 stayed exactly the same all the way up until 5 years after the American Civil War, when it was changed again in 1870 to allow freed black slaves to become citizens of America.
Nice.
From 1870
Good
to
decision.
1924,
Smart.
immigration and
decision.
naturalization
No
pretty
one's
much
gonna regret
remained
that one.
exactly the same. As America was growing and only had around 50 to 90 million people in population, infrastructure needed to be built, and thus immigrants from Ireland, Italy, Britain, and the Scandinavian countries was started to flow in. Contrary to what you're taught in your schools, as you can see,
We built
slaves
this shit.
did not build this
We
country.
built this city on
its
rock and roll.
infrastructure, its canals, its bridges, or its skyscrapers. The Irish and Italians mostly did. But I digress. This
No,
all
they
changed
built
in
it.
1920 when President Warren G. Harding signed the Emergency Quota Act into law in 1921. According to the new law, annual immigration from any country cannot exceed 3% of the total number of U.S. immigrants from that same country, as recorded in the U.S. Census
That's
of 1910.
way off nowadays.
Then, the Immigration Act of
Way off.
1924 went even further, limiting total annual immigration to 165,000.
Yeah, that's a month,
and
that's a
fixing
week
quotas
now.
of immigrants from
That's a month
specific
now.
countries.
Probably.
At least 100,000.
For instance,
a
the
month.
Act, which
Yeah.
some know as the Johnson-Reed Act, completely banned immigration of Eastern
Jesus
European
Christ.
Jews.
That's good.
This was due to the recent
Oh,
Russian
good.
Revolution of
Oh, good.
1917, which
Oh,
was started by Leon
that-
Trotsky,
so that's all
aka Leon
revenge.
Bronstein,
Oh,
and
okay.
Vladimir Lenin, who were both Eastern European Jews.
Sam Hyde.
It was meant to keep subversives
Samuel
like them
Hyde.
out of the country, along with anyone who
Samuel
followed the
Hyde
ideology of Karl Marx, who was also a European Jew. This act, of course, was only opposed by Emanuel Seller, who, as you know now, would
Is
change
Jewish.
this all and immigration altogether as we know it later on. Imagine my 52. It's known as the McCarran-Walter Act. The law was hailed by supporters as a necessary step to preventing previously established barriers that had acted to exclude immigrants from nations such as Japan and China.
Aw.
These countries were now assigned a very small portion of the
Oh,
annual
that's
quota.
cute. Oh,
But
come
still,
on.
as you can see, keeping our immigration coming mostly from first world Europe, where immigrants
Yeah,
had an
first world
easier
Europe, you have a
time
couple of
assimilation.
Japanese and Chinese.
It
That's
banned
fine.
admission to anyone
ones.
declared a
No Jews
subversive by
allowed?
the Attorney General,
pretty-
and
not that
indicated
bad
that
at this
members
point.
of
In the
communist,
50s.
communist front
immigration policy a
organizations
lot.
were
In the
subject
60s,
to
it's going to
deportation.
go lopsided a little
Now,
bit.
what would
It
have
goes a little
happened if no immigration happened at all? What would have happened if there was never an Ellis Island or any immigration acts at all after the founding and independence of our country? One demographic study concluded that had there been no immigration at all after 1790, the settlers' posterity alone, including African slaves and freemen's descendants, would have grown by 1990 to approximately half the size of the population in 1990. Which implies roughly half of all Americans today still have roots in the founding stock whose existence the Nation of Immigrants creed denies. The federal structure that the Founding Fathers erected for the United States is firmly grounded in their British heritage and American experience. Now, those who
That's
signed the
true.
Declaration and the Constitution, of course, knew of Locke and Enlightenment philosophies, but they knew their native law best, the English common law. Common law remains the bedrock of every state's law today, with the unique exception of Louisiana. The rights of Englishmen were the animating spirit of the Bill of Rights, meant to secure them more effectively in America than they often were in England. So you see, America is a country of settlers and conquerors of Western culture. The America they had in mind was to remain Western. And regardless of what anyone tries to tell you on the TV, millions upon millions of Americans are neither immigrants nor descendants of immigrants, but rather descendants of the settlers who built and freed this country from Britain. Can you imagine what would happen if China was in our place, allowing millions of people to flow from south of their border
China?
into their country, who according to all studies are mostly on welfare? Could you imagine what the Chinese would say or do if then said immigrants were to say that their culture is racist, everything about them is racist, and that they must change to become more tolerant to
Well, the Chinese were lucky that Jews don't really look similar to them. You know what
They
I'm
are,
saying?
yeah.
It's a lot more difficult for them to go in there and subvert their society.
soft invaders?
I think the Chinese even made a law about
Yeah,
hip hop culture
me
not being
neither.
too prevalent.
Yeah, good. All right, so there,
Song you just
there,
heard.
oh, there you have it. Yeah, I was talking about that. Like,
Very enlightening.
good. I was telling my wife, like, imagine if your capital here in Indonesia, because that's that's what the capital of the EU, Brussels, is
Tyler
90%
Builder Benjamin tipped
Arab.
$5. In show prep, I put a video of a better angle where you can hear Mexican music as the ship hits.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Look, I think we got it with the ship stuff. I'm kind of tired. It's been 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Thank you so much, Sven. This has been a great stream. Really
Yes.
love the. I hope you have that guy back on. That he was
SPUMDONOR,
amazing.
yes, we will have him back on when we would have to do an AI episode or something. And I want to tell everybody thank you for listening. And if you're tuning in and watching the VOD, leave a comment, hit like, hit subscribe, and tune in next Saturday, when we go live again, 7 p.m. EDT with Ashley Butterfield. Thank you so much, Liz.
Get well, Ash. Thank you, Sven. Thank you,
All right,
everybody. I'm
guys.
gonna go now.
All right, guys. See you guys later. Peace. Goodbye. See you next week, I guess. Yeah. Bye. Bye. Where's my end screen? See you later.